Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. So I will call this meeting to order. And today we have our invocation given by Chuck Goodwin, a good friend of mine, and president of Fish for Life Ministries. Hi, Chuck.
You're looking very lovely today, Mayor. Please join me in prayer. Lord, we're very grateful for the leaders that you've given us. And this morning, Lord, I want to bless the mayor and each council member, the city secretary, the city attorney, and the city manager, Lord, with prosperity and good health. All the city employees of Corpus Christi, Lord, we're very grateful for everyone. And Lord, above all, I just ask that you give the council members and the mayor wisdom. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Chuck. And today, our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas flag will be led by Scarlett Henderson, who attends.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in the Texas Pledge. I honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much, Scarlett. Okay, so we will move on to our proclamations, and I will put on
Oh, Mayor,
my
just if we can do
July
the
4th.
the
Pardon?
roll call real quick.
Oh,
also.
yes, ma'am.
That's
Go
okay.
ahead
No
while I
worries.
put my hat on.
Yeah, sorry. We just get that out of the way. Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter is absent. Billy Lerma. Here. John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Let's see, so, yes, who is coming to the well? Let's see, first. Thank you, Darcy. How are you? Y'all come on in, come on. Hey, you're good. I didn't get the memo. I know, I sent y'all a memo. Look who's here. How are you? All right. Hey, y'all don't come on in. Why don't we put one on one side and one on the other? Okay, so, oh, we've got one more. I thought we was what's first? All right, so right now we're just going to do this. And then we're going to Okay. We're at the home. Hi, guys. How are you? Hi, Leslie. Thank you for being here. So excited. So proud of y'all. Okay, great. So good morning, everyone. So today, well, first off, we're going to have a commendation for our top 5 sponsors for the Big Bang, the Mayor's 4th of July Big Bang celebration, which is this weekend, this Sunday, and you'll hear more about it, which is why I'm wearing my July 4th hat. And we've got our essay contest winners and their families joining us, which will be right after this commendation, and we'll go into a little bit of what they did and accomplished in regards to our celebration on Sunday. So on behalf of the city of Corpus Christi, I want to commend the following top 5 sponsors for their generous sponsorship and support of the 2021 44th Annual City of Corpus Christi Mayor's 4th of July Big Bang Celebration. And they are HEB, our fireworks sponsor, STX Beef, our bang sponsor, Valero, our big sponsor, Linebarger, Gogan, Blair and Sampson, LLP, firecracker sponsor, and the Port of Corpus Christi, also firecracker sponsor. So thank you all very much for your support and for making this happen. It couldn't be without you. I mean, you've always been community partners, but this is extremely special because, as you all know, we didn't get to do this last year. So we're back. Everything is back as it should be, and so we're very grateful. I'm very grateful for you stepping up and making this happen for the entire city of Corpus Christi. And Barbie too. Boy, she stepped up too and has done so much with BBM marketing. Thank you. So let's give them a round of applause. So since 1977, the city of Corpus Christi has proudly celebrated America's Independence Day with a variety of patriotic events. The 2021 schedule is filled with family fun events in the downtown Corpus Christi area along our beautiful bayfront. These events include a South Texas barbecue cook-off at Nueces Brewing Company, the Mayor's Cup Regatta in the Corpus Christi Marina, a moving patriotic ceremony at Sherrill Veterans Memorial Park, the 6th annual Corpus Christi Food Truck Summerfest and Summerfest Family Fun Zone at the Water's Edge Park, and an amazing state-of-the-art fireworks display launched from our beautiful Corpus Christi Bay. So as mayor of Corpus Christi and host to this event, I sincerely thank you all for your continued support of the event. Your contributions allow us to bring this wonderful celebration of our nation's independence to the Corpus Christi community for residents and visitors to enjoy. Your mayor, your city council, and the entire city of Corpus Christi are so grateful to you as we celebrate here today. Thank you so very much for your support. Okay, great.
Okay, so let's take a picture with the sponsors and the mayor.
And now I'd like to introduce my friend Connie Paddock with the Daughters of the American Revolution to talk about the 4th of July essay contest and the winners.
Thank you. Like she said, I'm with the Corpus Christi chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution, and 2 of our focuses are on education and preservation of history. This is incorporated in this essay contest of what the 4th of July means to me. We have some great winners. They were excellent essays, 5th through 7th grade. And the first one I'd like to introduce is Nicholas Vargas. He's from St. Pius X Catholic School. He's a 5th grader. going to read now or at the end?
Oh, does he read now or
Yeah,
at the
he-
end? No, at the end.
Because of the COVID last year, we had a first place winner last year who was not recognized, and she wasn't able to come today, but I'd like to mention her name. Rena Saldana went to Haas Middle School, 6th grader, and she wrote a very good essay also. Our second place winner was Joseph Robert Fulgeniti. It's a hard name to pronounce. He was not able to come. He's in California visiting with his father. Our third place winner is David Hinojosa, St. Pius X Catholic School, 5th grade.
No, so you're going to tell them what they want.
Okay. So, Nicholas, would you step up? Okay, so Nicholas Vargas has won a Kindle Fire HD and a special luncheon donated by the Daughters of the American Revolution Corpus Christi chapter, an invitation to the mayor's VIP fireworks viewing party, and 4 tickets to a Hooks baseball game. And there he is behind you. That's awesome. Congratulations. Okay, second place. Now, he was our first place winner. Second place winner, Joseph. Oh, he's not here, right, Joseph? Okay. So we'll go to third place winner, David Hinojosa. Where's David? David, step up. Okay, so he is a 5th grader from St. Pius. David has won a 1-year family membership to the Lexington Museum on the Bay and 4 tickets to a Hooks baseball game. There, look, there. Great. And our second place winner, who isn't here, but we'll go ahead and announce what he got so everybody knows, Robert Fulgeniti, 7th grader from Baker Middle School. He won a membership for 2 Texas State Aquarium, 2 memberships for Texas State Aquarium and 4 tickets to a Hooks baseball game. Boy, all right. So thank you to the Hooks for that, and the aquarium, and everyone who was involved in all of these prizes. All of our contestants who submitted an essay will also receive 4 ticket vouchers to any Corpus Christi Hooks game. So congratulations on that to the winners. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to invite our first place winner, Nicholas, to the podium to read or to step up to read a short section of his essay that won him first place. From here? Okay.
Okay, Nicholas, there you go.
What does the 4th of July mean to me? The 4th of July is a holiday celebrated in America. It celebrates our country's independence from Great Britain in 1776. This holiday is very interesting for me, seeing that I enjoy history. It also gives me this awesome, proud feeling the entire day. For me to explain what this holiday means to me, I have to give some history behind it. In the 1700s, colonies were established in what is now the United States. In 1754, the colonies and France were at war. Both sides were in alliances with Native American tribes. The British sent troops to help the colonies and to protect them. After the war, the British still had troops to protect the colonies and decided to tax them to pay for the troops. The colonies were angry at these expensive taxes and started a revolution. We went through battles such as the Battle of Bunker Hill, the Battle of Saratoga, and many more. The army was demoralized, but George Washington led the army across an icy river, beat the British, and made history. Everybody had their confidence back, and we won our independence thanks to George Washington. That is why he was our first president of the United States. Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, Roger Sherman, Robert Livingston, and John Adams were tasked with writing the Declaration of Independence. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration, and we gained our independence. We can learn from our history by understanding how our country dealt with problems and reflecting on our history. We were determined to win and gain our freedoms.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nicholas. That's wonderful. You know the true meaning of Independence Day, and that's very, very impressive. Thank you very much. So I think with that, we can take a big group picture. If we can get everybody in. Okay, Rebecca. So, ma'am. Okay. Okay. That was fun. I'm a little winded. Okay, Mr. Risley, we have public comment.
To speak during the public comment period, you must sign up before the meeting begins. We have sign up both physically prior to meetings and electronically. Each speaker is limited to a total of no more than 3 minutes per speaker per meeting. You will not be allowed to speak again on an item when the council is considering the item. Time limits may be restricted further by the mayor at any meeting. If you have a petition or other information pertaining to your subject, please present it to the city secretary.
Great, thank you, Mr. Risley. So first, we have our electronic sign-up, which consists of 3 people. Alex Harris, you would be first up. And if you'll please state your name and address.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alex Harris with 2138 State Highway 286, right on the edge of the city limits and right where you're putting a new freeway in front of my house. So we're thankful for that. I'm happy to be here today speaking on the short-term rentals. I'm passing a little sheet out. I had passed this out before when I was here speaking about one of the PUDs. So on the short-term rentals, I also served in the ISAC committee for many, many years, and then got on the board of the CVB and moved over to the board of the CVB. So in what I'm handing out, it shows what I have built just since 2001. About 90% of that wouldn't have sold if we didn't have daily rental ability. Your investor is looking for the ability to make an investment, put it in the rental pool. A monthly rental amount will not return enough out on the island to be able for them to justify that. So just since, Packery Channel was done, we did that. We were promised all this development, and you look out there, none of it's happened. The only thing that's happened is my short-term rentals that we have invested in and built and sold to people all over Texas. 462 units, 115 million in value. We estimated 2.5 million in new tax base, new taxes. And that doesn't include the hotel motel tax that gets collected, doesn't include the sales tax of what these people that are coming to Corpus Christi and spending. There wouldn't have been a place for them to stay out there. We have not increased any hotels out there during that time period, or any condominiums out there. In light of what happened in Florida, I don't know that you're going to get any more condos. People don't feel safe in them. People feel safe in a townhome that has an egress in and out. They don't have a blind corridor. They don't have this elevator to worry about. They're normally 1 to 2 stories, and that's about it. So in the little bit of time that I have left over, I ask that as you look at this, we go back to our committee that we had through ISAC. And we try to put that back together again, maybe enlarge it a little further to more of the city. When we had the Etchell Whirls here 2 years ago, along with the Youth Whirls, the Etchell Whirls, the only complaint we had, these are people from all over the world, they bring a boat in, they hire a captain, they hire a crew, they ship the boat in, they're professional sailors, they spend a lot of money, and their complaint was there were no VRBOs in the downtown area that they could stay in as a group, so that after the thing they could cook together, they could plan, review their race, make their strategy. So I think there's a place for it. We just got to find the right place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Next, we have Deborah Brock.
Hello, my name is Deborah Brock. I'm the principal broker for Vacasa Real Estate, and we handle vacation rentals, property management, and real estate for our homeowners. We currently manage 200 to 300 properties in Corpus area and all the way to Rockport.
Ms. Brock,
Right.
I'm sorry, can you state your address?
My address?
Yeah, I think we have to have your name and address when you.
Okay, Deborah Brock, 5217 SPID is my office address. I have a home address on the island.
Thank you.
Okay. And again, I'm a broker, and we are handling the property management for 200 to 300 properties. After an acquisition, we will manage about 500 in the area. So Corpus Christi is an issue due to the zoning, due to the fact that there's confusion with the zoning because people buy these properties and think they can manage them, and they're 30-day or more rentals. The city is not mandating this and so they continue to rent them daily instead of the way the zoning states. And so I'd like to see that the zoning be straightened out and be addressed so that more daily rentals can be, I guess, legal, if you say, and increase the number of short stays and the income for the city. And here I have a letter I'd like to leave for you guys to read later, but basically it's a property owner that owns several condos, we manage his properties. He has a short-term rental organization, so he is also in sync with our request. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brock. Thank you. Jeremy Clayton.
Hi there, my name is Jeremy Clayton. I live at 15245 Capstan Street. I am the managing partner at Padre Escapes Vacation Rentals. We manage about 240 properties on North Padre Island. We started Padre Escapes 8 years ago. We've had over 50,000 bookings in short-term rental properties. We've paid over $2.5 million in hotel occupancy tax to the city of Corpus Christi. It's an exciting time to be on the island. A lot of growth going on. Short-term rentals have a lot to do with that. Our typical customer, they travel 208 miles to get to Corpus Christi. They're 25 to 44 years old. They have 2 kids. And for someone that has a 5-year-old and 8-year-old home, we're not sitting in a condo doing nothing. We're going out, tiring the kids out. We're shopping. We're going to local attractions, spending money in the community, just like these visitors are. Short-term rentals bring that type of customer to the area. A few years ago, we did a promotion with the aquarium where at the end of the summer, the aquarium let us know it was the most successful promotion they've done with the company because people were actually coming in and using them. We've also had dozens of guests stay with us over the years and then end up buying a property in the area. Just another way it's helping the economy here locally. That said, the economic benefits from short-term rental properties and out-of-town visitors should not have a negative impact on peaceful enjoyment of long-standing residential neighborhoods. We have a great framework in place that says short-term rentals are not allowed in single-family homes. We just need to enforce that code. Single-family homeowners have the right to expect that they won't have a short-term rental next door to them. At the same time, that code does not say short-term rentals are prohibited on multifamily properties, condos, townhomes, etc. Those properties have the infrastructure that's needed to support vacation rentals. They have dumpsters in place, they have community pools, they have security on busy weekends. Their docks and bylaws also support the short-term rental business as well. Where we're seeing a lot of the issues with the trash and number of guests and whatnot, those are the ones that are operating illegally, and we're just kind of, the multifamily properties are getting grouped in with those bad apples and getting a bad reputation. That said, the last thing I want to mention is that everyone who currently owns a single-family residence in Corpus Christi should expect that code to be enforced. New developments that are reasonably separated from these current single-family neighborhoods, we should look at having the opportunity for them to offer short-term rentals on single-family homes. It's an opportunity. We've seen it from here in Port Aransas. Cinnamon Shores is a great example. It's a good opportunity for the city to collect additional hotel occupancy tax dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Gordy?
Yes, my name is Jack Gordon. I live at 4118 Bray Drive. I'm down here about the same thing I was about here last week. Last week, you people got a copy of the request that I'd requested information. Well, Wednesday, I get a letter in the mail saying my information's available. Well, I come to pick it up, and they told me it was $18.24. Well, I paid the $18.24, and she handed me the package, and I got home, and it was 152 pages. But there's not one thing that I requested in that 152 pages. Nothing that I requested. So I paid for something that I didn't request, and I called the lady in public access, Miss Brown, and she said that the city attorney gave her the 152 pages to give to me. But he didn't even look at it, and he had a copy of my request. But there's nothing that I requested was included in that 152 pages. This city council, as I've said over and over and over, needs to take action and make sure the city does things right. If you request public information, you should get the public information, not some phony papers, hoping that you'll just forget it. So I'm expecting a refund of the $18.24 because I didn't get what I requested. And he needs to pay attention to what he puts out.
Mr. Zanoni, can we address this?
Yeah, Miles was just telling me about it. So Mr. Gordy requested the city's consent decree that we just finalized and approved, and the federal government signed off on it as well. The judge did. So that's what the 152 pages was, the consent decree. Is that what you asked for, Mr. Gordy?
Consent.
No, I requested the status of the lawsuit. I've already requested the lawsuit, and I got a copy of it.
Okay.
I requested the status of it and the outcome of the lawsuit,
Okay.
not the 152 pages that was worthless.
The 152 pages is the outcome of the lawsuit. It's the consent decree and the settlement of the
Okay,
lawsuit.
can someone address that with Mr. Gordy and
Yeah.
explain it to him and show him where? Maybe he just needs that to be pointed out.
Yes, we can let him know about
Well, he
that.
doesn't feel he got his $18 worth, and so maybe someone can point out in that legal document where it states what the outcome was. That would be helpful, I'm sure, to him.
I would also like to point out he received an electronic copy prior to coming up and requesting the physical copy.
Okay. Mr. Gordy, they're going to show you in that document where it states what the outcome was, so that you don't go through the 152 pages. Thank you. L.J. Francis?
Good morning, early afternoon, Mayor and City Council staff. Here representing New Oasis Regional Flood Planning Group, L.J. Francis, and New Oasis Regional Flood Planning Group. Our address is at 602 North Staples Street, Suite 280. Mayor, it's my honor and privilege to serve as chairman of the New Oasis Regional Flood Planning Group. In 2019, the Texas legislature initiated the very first statewide flood planning efforts with the passage of Senate Bill 8. This bill established a framework for the Texas Water Development Board for instituting regional water-based flood planning. In addition, Senate Bill 500 provided funding for both regional flood planning activities and flood science initiatives, including engineering, that will support development of the regional and state flood plans. The Texas Water Development Board, with public input, established 15 flood planning regions based on the state's river basin. Each flood planning region has its own regional flood planning group. The New Oasis Flood Planning Group, and on your screen, this is a region, very big region, is Region 13. It originates in the Edwards Plateau in central Texas in Edwards and Real counties. The Sabinal, Atascosa, Leon, and Frio rivers and their numerous tributaries all feed the New Oasis on its way to New Oasis and Corpus Christi Bay. We do have portions of our district represented in the New Oasis Rio Grande Coastal Basin. Our region covers 24,000 square miles, about 32 counties, and aims to protect the life and property for about 800,000 people that call our region home. A couple of weeks ago, I was overhearing some public comments from residents that had flooding concerns, and today I would like to introduce a video that we've prepared with our consultants that will help anyone who is in this region to go online, and they're able to help us to identify flooding concerns. So you'll see that video in just a moment.
Thank you for your input on the Nueces Regional Flood Planning Group, Region 13 Floodplain Comment Map. Your feedback is important as we collect data on flooding issues in the region. To comment on local flood issues, click on the Comment Map button below. Once the map opens, click Proceed as Guest. This will take a few seconds to load due to the size of the region. To submit a comment, click Submit Comment on the right side in green. You should see a comment form with a prompt to indicate a location for your comment. A location can be provided by clicking on this map at the spot where you would like to leave your comment. Once the location field has been populated, please let us know what type of flood concern comment you intend to provide. You can also provide information regarding flood frequency and a date of flooding if known. After a comment has been categorized, please leave a detailed comment within the comment box. If you have photos of flooding, you can attach them below. If you would like for the study team to contact you regarding your comment, please fill out your contact information. Any contact information provided will be kept private. Once your comment is completed, click Report It. Doing so will send the comment to the study team.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Francis. Lauren Hatch Williams.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lauren Hutch Williams. I'm at 626 Pasadena Place, in Pope Park. And I am a voting member of the Nueces Regional Flood Planning Group. I represent environmental interests, and I work with the Nature Conservancy here in Texas. There are 12 voting members. LJ is one of them. I'm one of them. And there are 10 others representing agricultural interests, counties, flood districts, industry, municipalities, the public, river authorities, small business, water districts, water utilities. And we are all here to represent the public, so you can bring comments if you have flooding issues on your property to us, in addition to providing comment through our online portal that LJ just showed. Right now, we're in the process of categorizing flood hazards and risks for the entire Nueces Basin, and we're asking for public comment. We also have monthly meetings that are advertised on our website at nueces-rfpg.org. And we're trying to make public comment as easy to provide as possible. So right now, we're in the process of trying to identify risks, identifying properties that have experienced flooding, and then compiling all of that information into a regional flood plan, which will then be rolled into a state flood plan. And I believe there's a timeline that we provided earlier that outlines that process. So right now, we're interested in compiling all of the flood risk and impact data, but we're also going to be providing guidance on how to mitigate those risks, including nature-based solutions, which is something that the Nature Conservancy and other environmental groups are extremely supportive of, in addition to hardened infrastructure. I wish that timeline was available. Maybe it is. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this process started back in October of 2020, and we're really active. Actually, the Nueces Flood Planning Group is leading the way compared to other regions in the state. There's a lot of information on our website, and there will be a lot more available. We've compiled a lot of data with our technical consultant, and we're hoping to make that data available to the public soon. And our technical consultant is also contacting counties and municipalities, and so there should be representatives from the city who have been asked for feedback, and we would really love for you all to provide feedback to us. And we're going to start having public meetings in Tilden starting in August, and we welcome the public to join us there. Thank you.
Great. Lauren, would you kindly send your information or the group's information with that link to the city secretary's office so she can distribute it to all of us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's see, Marvin Jones.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone's having a good day today. I'm here to talk about the short-term rentals on the island. I'm the president of the Padre Island Property Owners Association. There on the island, we have about 8,000 properties. You may not be aware of the volume we have there, which translates into between 10 and 15,000 people. The short-term rentals are a major problem on the island. We took a survey some time back, and 80% of the respondents do not want short-term rentals in the single-family residential neighborhoods. Can I say that again? In the single-family residential neighborhoods. We have no problem with Mr. Harris building planned unit developments on the east side of Park Road 22. That's the beach side. Okay. But the members of our community are entitled to quiet enjoyment of their properties. I ask you, gentlemen and lady, do you want to live next to a weekend party house? And that's primarily what the short-term rentals are within the Padre Island Property Owners Association. Beer cans on the streets, traffic problems, drugs, and crime are the hallmark within the residential districts. There is an ordinance on the books for prohibiting short-term rentals in the RS6. We brought this to the attention in our report to the ISAC, who did in fact vote unanimously to ask the city to enforce the ordinance prohibiting short-term rentals. We have some questions. What is happening with the enforcement? Where is it? I've had conversations with Tracy Cantu, who is in charge of that division. I think she's making an effort, but apparently there are not enough resources to make this happen. We need your help. Enforcement of the RS6 zoning ordinance to keep the short-term rentals out of our single-family single-family areas so that they can enjoy their property. All right? Thank you. Be happy to, by the way, happy to have any of you come out for a tour of the island if anyone's not been there. We'll even go by the beach and maybe have a refreshment. But I would like you to know and come and see us so you can understand the problem. Come on a weekend when the party houses are in full force. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Gary Jaskier. Okay.
My name is Gary Jasker. I live at 325 Doddridge. I spoke with Mr. Smith probably a year ago when we were during COVID and we were not allowed to come to the meetings. And I wrote something up and I dropped it at the entrance to be brought before the council meeting. Doddridge has become, I nicknamed it Doddridge Motor Speedway. It is absolutely ridiculous. The speed limit is supposed to be 35 miles an hour. The police officers on motorcycles use my driveway to set up radar. And one of the times while they were there, they stopped someone 59 in a 30. On Alameda, where Driscoll Children's Hospital is, Driscoll Children's has an entrance and an exit. It's a, I believe, 25 or 30 mile an hour zone. People drive somewhat appropriate. Doddridge, I'll welcome to you anytime. We'll have a pizza party at my house. You can sit in my dining room and just watch vehicles travel 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. I helped a police officer put the date, time, and speed box on my light pole that's on my driveway. And then shortly thereafter, a Corpus Christi city member came out and also put a date, time, and speed box on my pole and the pole directly across. And hearsay, we have someone 82 miles an hour in a 30 mile an hour zone. I watched my dog, a dog from my neighbor get run over right before my very eyes. People are not driving 30 miles an hour. They're not driving 35 miles an hour. It's more like 40, 45, 50. It is a ridiculous situation. And I appreciate the police force, everything they're doing, but I can only do so much. I don't know who I need to contact to send this message forward. The speeding went from the Bank Center to Doddridge. When the light changes at Santa Fe and Doddridge, heading westbound to Alameda, they use that light. I watched a Camaro and a Mustang, and by the time they got to, I think it's called Meldo Park, they were in excess of 70 miles an hour. It is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know what we have to do before a person gets killed. I'm an animal lover, and that was very sad. But a person, the construction vehicles that are doing Ocean Drive, they're vehicles that are probably 30, 40, 50,000 pounds. You can't stop a Ford Escort driving 30, 35 miles an hour in a reasonable length, much less construction vehicles that are loaded and call it landscape people that are pulling trailers with equipment. I welcome any one of you anytime to come and sit and just observe. It's out of control.
Mr. Zanoni, can we, Assistant Chief Blackman, maybe look into what's going on here and what we can do?
Right, yeah, Chief Blackman's here.
Please.
Our Public Works Director, too, Richard Martinez, would probably be even more instrumental in assessing the situation.
Great.
He's in the back.
We will do that.
With Sarah, our Assistant Director. They'll talk to you.
Where is he?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Richard's
he's
there.
back here, Mr.
Yeah.
Jeskier, thank you.
All right. Very good. Thank
Yes,
you very
sir.
much for your time today.
Yes, sir, thank you. Okay, that wraps up our public comment. So we will move on to Section G, City Manager's comments and updates on city operations.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, we have a couple things scheduled to talk about this morning. I want to talk about how we're preparing for the 4th of July events. We've heard about the events, but I want to tell you how our departments and external partners are helping get ready. We're going to talk about fireworks safety. Chief Roach is going to help us on that, make sure the community understands what they can and can't do inside our city limits. I did want to give an update on multifamily affordable housing developments. We have several under construction across our community, and I just want to quickly talk to the council about that. And then Michael Murphy will talk about seawater desalination as part of our weekly update. But before I begin that, I did want to recognize, and Chief Blackman's here with me, that we know that in the past 2 mornings, we've had 2 unrelated incidences of an officer-involved shooting. I want to point out that in both cases, the officer had a criminal, or a suspect, I should say, that was brandishing a gun at the officer. And in both cases, the firearms were discharged from the suspects. Monday's incident, fortunately, one officer was just bruised up from a physical altercation prior to the shooting incident. And this morning, the officer was actually shot. One of our officers was shot in the arm. So he's recovered. He's probably checked out of the hospital by now. But both incidences from our force were in self-defense, and we have a thorough investigation that's underway. I want to point out that our officers, it's a tough job, right? We know it's a tough job. The I got a call this morning at 4 a.m. from Chief Blackman, so all around the clock, every day of the week, our police force is out there protecting us, protecting our community. So we want to thank them. We want to thank the Corpus Christi Police Department, all those frontline police officers for the work they do to keep us safe when we're not even thinking about it, right? Early in the morning, any time of day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. So Chief Blackman, I don't know if you want to add anything else to that?
Never pass up an opportunity.
Right. Yes, sir.
No, I don't have a whole lot to add, Peter. I just want to reaffirm what Peter said. I'm very, very proud of those officers that are out there. That's, I know there's going to be some questions. Is Corpus Christi becoming more dangerous? What's going on? And rightfully so. But I want the community to know that those officers are out there putting themselves in harm's way and then actively going out and addressing these very crime issues that we talked about last week, the catalytic converters and stuff. We're putting boots on the ground to get these criminals. So, I would not say that it's more dangerous out there. I would say that your officers are out there actively pursuing these criminals, and it's a dangerous job, and good Lord, look over them. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. Okay, we're going to shift to the 4th of July. So there's many events that we'll show here again. They were on the screen earlier. We've learned from a year ago work that we did in the 4th of July and other events. And most recently, the Memorial Day weekend helped us to recheck our protocols and how we manage big crowds. And so recently, we re-engaged that work group that includes our police department, fire folks, public works, parks, solid waste, neighborhood services, utilities, our partner agencies like TxDOT, CVB, the Downtown Management District, even some of the outside agencies to include the National Park Service, and then Stan Hustle from Padre Island Business Association. We all talked recently about, okay, what do we expect for the 4th of July? When is the volume of people coming? How long does it last? I'm going to review with you some of the protocols. So our police department will be increasing patrol Friday through Sunday. That includes not only on the island, but on the beaches themselves, on our bayfront as well. On the beach itself, there'll be our emergency lane, so a dedicated lane on the beach for emergency vehicles from Zahn Road to Access Road 3. The 4th of July will be a no refusal weekend for DWIs, and there'll be extra DWI enforcement, so we encourage people, if they're drinking, to have a sober driver or take Uber or Lyft. There'll be extra patrol and traffic control at the Bayfront and North Beach for the Mayor's Big Bang celebration. One change in the downtown parking configuration to make it a pedestrian-friendly zone on Sunday is that there'll be no parking along the Bayfront area. And signs will begin to go up on Saturday just to educate the driver that tomorrow, Sunday, there won't be any parking allowed. And that is to have a pedestrian-friendly zone for all the events that take place Sunday, leading up to and including the fireworks. There is, Regional Transportation Authority is doing a park and ride service, so if you don't want to go downtown and park, you can park at City Hall, beginning at 11:30 on Sunday, and then RTA will take you down to the festivities, so that's a neat feature. And there'll be extra patrols out there enforcing the city's fireworks ordinance, and the chief's going to talk to us in a moment on that. Our fire department is increasing their outreach as well. There'll be a permanent medic or a station medic on Fire Station 16. That's the fire station furthest north on Padre Island on 361, close to Port Aransas' city limits. That'll be available Friday through Monday, just in case, right, with the extra call volume. A feature that we've used in the last couple of years is mobile paramedics, right? We know that downtown with street closures and a lot of traffic, foot traffic, you can't really get an EMS box driving around those big crowds. So we'll have 6 paramedics that are pretty much on foot. 4 of them will be on bikes. So there'll be 2 teams of 2 paramedics on bicycles that they can easily maneuver around and get to people pretty quickly. We'll also have a Gator utility mobile team with 2 paramedics on there to quickly maneuver to scenes. Most of the cases around those holidays are heat exhaustion, most likely, so we don't expect anything too major, but still we want to be ready. We mentioned Public Works a moment ago. They help in our traffic management. They've been trialing and erroring some of the techniques we've used on the island, especially when you come over the JFK Causeway. They've changed the traffic timing at Aquarius, and so that we don't have to have it a 4-screen and completely block that turn out from Aquarius to include the Starbucks across the way. So we're going to continue to test that during the 4th of July. We would like to keep it open if we can keep the green coming off the bridge at the longest time possible. And then as cars queue up at Aquarius, they'll eventually get out. We'll monitor it. If traffic backs up and we have to go a complete 4-screen, then that's what we'll do. And it may just be for a short time. It won't be for the whole duration. So that's a process improvement. We're using technology. We have cameras, traffic counting devices. The police and fire are there in their mobile command unit. So there's a lot of ways for us to analyze what's happening there. And we want to make sure there's a balance between getting those tourists and our own people over the bridge onto the island, but also knowing that there's residential traffic that has to move in and about as well. So the downtown art walk is something that's taking place. Public Works is helping with some of the closures on Lomax Street and People Street and Upper Broadway. For the mayor's Big Bang event on Sunday, July 3rd and 4th, as I mentioned, there'll be restricted parking along that shoreline boulevard so that we can have safe pedestrian walkable zones as well. Parks and Recreation, as they normally do, are focused on our beach operation, life safety operations there. We'll have all 26 lifeguards stationed across the beach. That's normally what we have in terms of number of lifeguards. They'll be at the various locations to include McGee Beach, Whitecap, Zahn, and Beach Access Road 2. Parks will also be working with Public Works to have message boards placed, so as persons come onto the island, onto the beach, they'll have daily information on surf conditions and any other updates that might be important to them. We're increasing our picking up of trash. We know that a lot of trash is left, and we hope that our visiting patrons and residents help to collect that and put it in the appropriate bins as yellow mesh bags that they can use as well to help collect that. So what we want to do at this point is transition to a little bit more on fireworks safety. So Chief Roach is going to talk to us a little bit about our ordinances that we have about fireworks. It is illegal to have open fireworks in the city limits, and you can be fined $2,000 per open package. The Chief's going to talk to us about why we have an ordinance as such in our city. Right, Chief?
Appreciate that, Peter. Thank you very much. Mayor, City Council, Robert Rocha, Fire Chief. I also have with me Randy Page, our City Fire Marshal. And let me serve this as a reminder that it is illegal to possess or discharge fireworks within the city limits of Corpus Christi, and including the beach. And if you're cited, you could be fined up to $2,000 per package of fireworks. I will let you know that Chief Blackman and myself hosted a roundtable meeting between police and fire officials to discuss a coordinated response to this year's 4th of July events. And so David and I worked very hard to make sure that our staff is working together to try to keep people safe. If you do want to report the illegal discharge of fireworks, residents do have an option. They can call 361-COPS, 361-886-COPS. Let me repeat that again because I got it wrong the first time. 361-886-COPS, which is 2677. So if people want to report a fireworks complaint, please use that number and reserve the 911 number for actual emergencies. I want to let also our residents know that there are options to partake instead of blowing up fireworks within the city limits. And one of the things that we want to encourage is people to attend the mayor's fireworks display, which will be at 9:30 on Sunday night. We also want to make sure that when you do discharge fireworks illegally, you really make it hard on pets, and you make it hard on veterans, and you make it hard on people who have breathing problems. So we want to encourage people to have a fun and safe 4th of July, but partake in the free activities that are in place that are free and legal. And I stand by for any questions. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, I have a quick comment. Chief Rocha, I guess I think it needs to be, and this is, this happens every year because people rightfully think that you can do more than what you can do. I think it's very important to explain what our law is versus the ordinance. Because I think that we really, if people don't want fireworks, which I have a dog, and the same thing happens with my dog, that happens to so many, and we get the complaints, but we have an ordinance that is superseded by state law.
That's correct, ma'am.
And you are not able to do very much in terms of even a citation unless you see them, like, or could you go over that?
Yes, we can issue a citation. Both police and fire officials can issue a citation if you're in possession. We don't necessarily have to see somebody actually with a punk in their hand and firework and see them light it. We can go ahead and execute a complaint when that occurs. What we cannot do is we can't stop people from traveling from outside of in the county, crossing over the city limit lines into the city. We can no longer stop them for possession of fireworks.
Coming from the county inside the city limits.
That's correct.
So you can bring fireworks inside the city limits. You can only cite them if they are or in possession of them.
That's correct. In possession or discharging fireworks.
Or discharging. Okay. And I'd also like to point out the importance, I think, that we need to encourage our residents to reach out to our state representatives, because it is our state representatives who have the voice on the state level, which would, correct?
Our state legislature has the biggest impact when
Right.
it comes to the accessibility of fireworks
Right.
to our residents. If you just increase the number of days you can sell, you're only increasing the amount of opportunity there is for our residents to discharge fireworks.
Right. And I will also say, in this last legislative session, there was attempts to, which is going to happen again, to allow fireworks inside of the, that's probably, I don't know, that probably goes on every session, who knows? But I know for a fact that this last one, they did try to pass legislation that would allow fireworks inside city limits. So this is it can become a very huge issue that our residents, the community needs to know where it lies is in our voice in talking to our state legislative elected officials. Because one day that could pass, and we will all be sitting here with a huge, if you consider it a problem, and many people do. We hear it, and I get it. I completely sympathize with that. But I just want to make sure that it's understood that it isn't the city that can actually go and, take care of all of this. It's very complicated when it comes to the boundaries, right, of the city.
It's a very
and county.
complicated issue, Mayor, but citizens can do a couple of things. One is they can enjoy the free events that the city is providing. Secondly, if you have the permission of a landowner, you can discharge fireworks outside of the city limits in a rural setting. And so there are ways to do it. There are legal ways to do it,
Yeah.
and we just want to encourage people to take advantage of that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councilman Pusley?
Now does it work? Is it working now? Okay, Peter, my question, or Chief, maybe you know that we have a park that's located at Lake Corpus Christi that's outside the city limits. Are people allowed to discharge fireworks there? Or?
Is that at the Sunrise Beach Park?
Sunrise
now?
Beach
Is that-
Park?
Yeah, it's in, right, Mathis, Texas, unless they have a local law there.
Yeah.
It's outside the city limits, Councilman, so it's our interpretation that you can discharge fireworks in that area.
Yeah, most of the area around Lake Corpus Christi is outside. It pretty much looks like World War III. It's really nice, but I feel for you guys. I really do, because if you were here New Year's Eve, it didn't look like we had an ordinance against fireworks in the city limits. So I feel for you. I know you work really hard and do the best that you can, but it's an overwhelming job to try to control all of that. But thank you for what you do in trying.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief Rocha.
Thank you.
Mayor, just one more quick thing, just an update on our multifamily affordable housing developments.
Mhm.
Later today in the agenda, we're going to talk about single-family affordability, but we do have also a product that's out there is the multifamily. This city map here shows you the locations of all the units we have, or communities. There's a total of 44 multifamily properties across our city that have been built over time. It's about 5,500 units when you add them all up. However, the Texas A&M University Real Estate Center projects that we have a deficit still of about 6,000 housing units. So we have about 6,000, but we need another 6,000 to satisfy all those that need affordable housing when it comes to multifamily. The 44 multifamily properties include 2 in the Flower Bluff area. There's 40 in the south side and the midtown sections of Corpus Christi that you saw on that map. And then there's 7 communities in the Cal Allen area, Tolosa Midway areas up there. So affordability for somebody, and some of these are 60% or below the area median income. That's a pretty good threshold, between 60 and 80%. Just to put that into context, somebody making 60% of the area median income, a family of 4, say 2 working adults and 2 children, that's $41,500 a year. So that's the amount of funds they make. So having something affordable is critical. We know that families shouldn't spend any more than 30% of their annual income on housing. That's kind of an industry benchmark. So over the years, the city has received, the developers have received $34.2 million in low-income housing tax credits. We know we go through that process once a year. The city has also invested $13.5 million in home funding to help fill gaps when those developers use those tax credits. There's still generally a gap, so that's why the city has helped out to make those projects realistic. So there are 5 developments taking place right now across our city, and in part that's why I wanted to talk about this today, because you can see them out there if you drive around the city. I'm going to just quickly highlight where they are. So there's Avante Legacy at South Bluff, right down the street here, at 509 South Karankawa. That's going to be 42 affordable senior units, and that project's coming out of the ground now. You can see it well. A local developer who was born and raised here is developing that, 42 affordable senior units. There's Avante Legacy at Bayside, that's off of Lipes, and that will be 55 affordable senior units as well as 5 market senior units. We have Casa de Mañana, which is on Old Brownsville. That's a 99-unit affordable community. The Fish Pond, we know about that one. Many of us went to that groundbreaking. That's at 106 6th Street near downtown. That's a nice 111-unit affordable housing community. And then finally, Village at McCardle, which is near the mall at McCardle Road. That'll be 70 affordable family units. So our tax credit allocation, we anticipate hearing from the state, the developers do in July. It is expected that the Palms at Blucher project will be the one awarded locally here, and the tax credits will have a value of $1.3 to $1.5 million. We are recommending, and we'll show you that in an upcoming council meeting, some home dollars to help fill the gap on that most recent project that will add even more affordable housing units to our community. So that concludes my comments. We're going to have Mike Murphy now just give us his weekly update on our seawater desalinization project and efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Quickly, we'll go through the items that we've been working on this past week. So last week we had a chance to visit the San Patricio water treatment facility, including the La Quinta, proposed La Quinta site. We got to meet with Brian Williams and his team, and they were very gracious to meet with all of us and give us a tour of their facility. It's a very impressive facility, so that was a really good meeting for us. We still have 4 permits in the queue with the TCEQ. We are finalizing the environmental discharge impact study. We plan on getting that out to council at least a week before the July 21st meeting, so you should all have that. Be expecting that to come your way. Tomorrow, we're hosting, or not we, but at Water Utilities to continue on what Council Lerma has worked on and Councilman Smith has recommended. We're meeting with the PIC group tomorrow to continue our conversation about all things water utilities for the city of Corpus Christi, including desal efforts. And then just to follow up on requests from council members, I have scheduled meetings in the next week with 7 Cs on July the 7th, CC Polymer on July the 14th, and Councilman Pusley is going to attend that meeting with us. And both organizations, as you are aware, were part of the original submittals on the RFI proposals. And then Tammy Embry has invited me to speak to the United Chamber of Commerce. We're probably going to do that sometime in August. So that's really what we've got planned for this coming week. We're still building momentum up to the July 21st council workshop. We're excited about that. We've got some really good things that we're going to go over with council, and hopefully we'll address your questions. So if you have any questions that you haven't already submitted that you want us to address between now and the 21st, please get those to me. But it is our plan to have everything that we're going to present on the 21st to you at least a week in advance, so you have a chance to review all that information. So with that, take any questions otherwise?
Mr. Hernandez.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. My first question is actually have to do with the housing. Peter, have we reached out to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs to see if there's any other programs that we have accessibility to, considering our situation?
No, but I don't think we've made a special call, but we do know that the 4% tax credit is a product out there. And I have heard that there's several developers that are looking at utilizing that and bringing those forward.
I believe Fish Pond is using the 4% tax credit.
Right. So that 4% is around it's year round. There's no set calendar, and it's a pretty beneficial tool. I know in San Antonio, my experience there, a lot of developers use it. There was probably 2 or 3 a quarter that came in.
Okay, the reason I said that is I knew there's a new director there, so I don't know, whatever we can do to either try and get more assistance or be made available to more different programs other than the 9% and the 4% programs.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Mr. Murphy, thank you for Friday. We
Yes,
had
sir.
a nice tour of District 5, wastewater lift stations, exciting stuff.
It's awesome.
We learned a lot of stuff there. I mentioned my concerns about the upward pressure we have on our utility bills. Thank you, City Manager, for putting the American Rescue Plan, a lot of that into our infrastructure, especially appreciated in stormwater with regards to that almost doubled how much money we spend for stormwater. So just as to reiterate my concerns with desal, what I want to make sure is that we look at all our excuse me, alternatives, and we want to see tangible numbers, and I recommended an RFP to get those numbers for alternatives other than a design build that Freeze and Nichols is recommending. So if we can get that information, and not just on, and then compare apples to apples on a per 1,000-gallon basis over a long period of time, not just in the initial costs. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you
very much.
Great. Mr. Barrera.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. These are actually, they're not utility related, but thank you so much for your presentation. I don't know if anybody else has questions for you, so I don't know that, or I can wait until, so that way he can go first. Or, okay. So, with regard to the 4th of July festivities, I guess, just a suggestion, and we may have done it already, is just to speak to all the vendors that are out there, that, whether they be, other vendors that are already out there on an existing basis, so that way they're informed about all the additional activity that's going to be out there, so that way they can be prepared, or if any areas are going to be blocked off where they won't be able to provide their commerce, where they have that on a regular basis.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I believe we're doing that, but I'll make sure. We do have a lot of vendors that are normally there every weekend, right, on the seawall, or on McGee Beach is another vendor that we have that's real beneficial.
Yeah.
So I believe our outreach includes talking to them. Yep, Sarah's nodding yes. So
good.
We have, but we'll make sure we've gotten them all.
Perfect. That's a great attaboy. or at a grow. Ma'am. The other thing is, and I don't mean to bring up a sore subject with regard to myself, but just a suggestion if perhaps we could use ARPA funds for the affordable housing to make the difference. I know we've already decided pretty much in this year, but you know, just something to review. That's all. If I may suggest.
Okay, I'm not.
But it's all right. I don't need a response right
been
now.
eligible, but yeah, no
Yeah.
no problem. We'll continue to look. We're going to talk today later on about using our local tax dollars, our Type B monies for affordable housing, single family.
Yeah.
But it's something that's on our radar. We do have a 3-person housing and homeless unit now that we didn't have 2 years ago. And so the conversation and the analysis is there now. It wasn't always there in the past. And so we're looking for alternative funding sources constantly for that.
And I'm very impressed with the folks at Neighborhood Services, so.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Presley.
Mike, thanks very much for your report, and I look forward to the visit to C.C. Palmer. I did have a question. When the mayor asked us to submit questions that we had, and we got a response back on a number of the questions we had about desal, but I had a number of questions about some issues we had going on or with the Mary Rhodes pipeline, and I have not received a response on that yet.
Okay.
So are y'all still working on that response, or did you not get those?
I'm sorry, I did not get a question on Mary Rhodes.
Yeah.
but
I submitted them through the mayor's
Okay,
office.
all right, sorry.
I was going to ask you about that later.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
I don't know that they were inclusive of all of them.
Yeah.
Of all the questions, and I've been meaning to ask you,
But we can absolutely do that. If it has to do with the Evangeline well field and Mary Rhodes pipeline and maybe using groundwater as an alternate source.
That wasn't really my question.
Okay, then I'm not.
I'll read forward. Let
Okay.
me resend
And
that.
I have those. I can,
Okay.
I submitted those, I think, before you, or maybe right after you came here, right after our
Just before.
workshop.
Okay.
And,
Well, we'll take care.
I can
I'll make sure we
resend
get
those,
back
but-
to you. But I'm sorry, I just don't have them.
yeah, I just feel like we've got some questions that we need to answer internally for ourselves and for
Okay.
this community with respect to the Mary Rhodes pipeline before we move forward with anything.
I can tell you this, in our presentation on the 21st, there is a section regarding the future use of the Mary Road pipeline and available capacity it has and what our plan is to use that.
Okay.
So if that's your question, if not, just give me what you have.
It's part of it, but again, like I said, I submitted those through the mayor's office, and if I need to resubmit them, I'll be happy to do that.
Okay, please do, thank you.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
you're welcome.
Okay. So we will now move on to Section J, and we're going to have a briefing now on short-term rentals.
Dan McGinn's going to be giving the presentation, Mayor and Council, but just want to point out this is a multi-department policy matter, right? So planning's involved, development services, code enforcement, finance. Steve Vieira, Assistant City Manager, is going to be the lead on this policy topic. This is a policy issue for the City Council. Short-term rentals, we have some ordinance material on the books, but it hasn't been updated in many years. And what we do have is a lot of best practice examples across the country that we're going to use. So this presentation is meant to just kind of set the stage. The recommendation from staff is to work with the stakeholders out there, including the ones that we heard from today, and work with the City Council over the next several months with the goal of having something approved by City Council by the end of this year, by the end of this calendar year, on short-term rentals, to begin to put some more ordinance material on our books to protect those neighborhoods, right, that aren't happy with short-term rentals, but also being cognizant of the fact that it's a good product and we need it in Corpus Christi, given our tourism destination. So we're going to find that fine balance by working with the community, all groups in the community, and also looking across the country to see what have other cities done A lot of them have addressed this issue many years ago, so we have a lot of great examples we can use. And so this presentation from Dan is to set the stage for the policy conversation with the City Council, knowing that there'll be many weeks of work ahead with the council and the community. Dan?
Thank you, Peter. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning Department. As mentioned, I've kind of designated spokesperson today, but we do have a pretty large team that is involved with the short-term rental issues. Assistant City Managers Steve Vieira and Neiman Young are kind of the lead and have they oversee those various departments. But on the zoning and land use side, you have development services, and we're very fortunate to have Michael Dice on the team. He's done quite a bit of work in San Antonio when he was there on short-term rentals. You have our group in planning. On the enforcement side, we have neighborhood services with Tracy Cantu. And on the hot tax and the visitor experience today, we have Heather Hobart with us, and along with Visit Corpus Christi CEO Brett Oding. He's going to also provide some information. You have a couple slides here to cover. And then, of course, we have our legal team that supports all of the various departments. This is just a summary of some of the things that we'll touch on today. There has been some recent activity over the last few years related to this topic. Brett is going to cover some data and trends that he's seeing in the market of these STRs. We'll cover zoning and land use, how we handle registration and the hot tax collection, some stats on current enforcement measures, and of course some of the next steps that we're looking at. Just hitting on some recent activity. I know some of you were involved or were here in 2018. The CVB led an effort or task force to evaluate short-term rentals, and they provided a brief to council towards the end of 2018. I did kind of go back and I watched that video. So there was a briefing that occurred, but there was no action taken at the time. It was kind of heading up into the legislative session of 2019, and it was likely that several bills were going to be involved, and to really take control away from cities to regulate that. That fortunately didn't happen, but the item didn't really move forward after that briefing. More recently, the ISAC committee, they formed a subcommittee group that looked at this issue, and they developed a recommendation. They looked at several kind of cities across Texas and across the country and kind of some best practices, and they made a recommendation that they wanted to pass on to the council that a super committee should be formed citywide with various stakeholders to kind of take a look at zoning issues, registration, annual fees, the enforcement side, and again, how the hot tax collection was collected. You heard from Mr. Jones, Marvin Jones with the Padre Island Properties Association. So they did a survey earlier this year of their membership, and they provided information about that. A lot of their membership is opposed to that in the single-family zoning districts. So just a couple things that have occurred over the last few years related to STR activity. I know everyone's probably familiar with what these are by now, but these are rental accommodations, typically less than 30 days, but more in line with a 2 or 3 night stay to a week. And they come in various condos, townhomes. They could be single-family detached, RVs. There's even boats that I've seen on these various websites where you can rent. And it just offers the visitor to a lot of these tourist areas a different experience outside of that hotel. If you have a larger family, it's just maybe works better for that situation. And again, this is not a new concept. People have been renting beach houses across the country for years now. So it's just the mechanism in connecting the user to the owner is definitely improved over the last few years. This is a map that we pulled from a website called AirDNA. They are able to track listings on a couple different platforms. And so this was really just kind of a generalization to kind of give you an idea of where we're seeing these clustered. Of course, we have North Beach, where you would expect to see activity kind of in the downtown area here, that southeast corner of Flower Bluff, a lot of the marina activity, a lot of the fishing tournaments. We have a lot of units that I think are using for that. And of course, the island here with a overwhelming majority of the activity on the Park Road 22 corridor or east, closer to the Gulf side. But really just as kind of a dot map to give you an idea. And of course, we have them spread across the community as well, but those are where they're clustering. At this point, I'm going to pass it over to Brett. He has some information on trends.
Good morning, everybody. Brett Otting, President and CEO of Visit Corpus Christi. Excuse me. This is, excuse me. This is the same company that Dan just referred to. It's just a different look. This is a little more in-depth look. The reason I thought this would be pertinent is if you look at the bottom left, the submarkets, you kind of get an idea of the breakdown of where the short-term rentals are in the community. And then on the right side is how we compare to some of our other cities that we actually compete with for visitation. I will say that we are going away from this platform, this AirDNA platform. And the next slide, I'll show you the new platform. The reason why we're going away from this is because it doesn't actually give us the entirety of all the short-term rentals in the community. The way they get their data is looking at online sources like Airbnb and Vrbo. They don't necessarily look at a local vendor at times. So it doesn't give us a whole snapshot, but it does give us a good idea of where the majority of them are located. Go to the next slide, or am I doing next slide? Okay, thank you. So this new company, this is the top one in the country that works with both companies like VRBO, AirDNA, as well as some of the larger individual local properties that came and spoke this morning. Key Data is this company. These next three slides were done as a study by Key Data at the end of last year, and they do this at the end of every year. The reason I wanted to point this out is so you could see the enormity of the issue at hand. So if you look at the colors there, you see Airbnb in the red, Vrbo on the right. These are the two largest online companies that people can book through. And you see that total, they're only about a third of all total bookings in the United States. And that's pretty similar to what it is in Corpus Christi as well. The green is direct bookings. So that would be someone going directly to one of the sites that the individuals who spoke earlier would go to, or going directly and calling up one of you that has a rental and saying, can I book and stay at your place over the weekend? That actually does happen a lot here. Next slide, please. This is a similar but slightly different graph that shows the total amount of the stay that people pay. So the higher is the green as well. So what's that saying is that when people come and book directly with somebody as opposed to those online sites, they actually stay longer and they pay more, which means that there's more revenue out there from a direct booking standpoint than there is from the two online retailers. Next slide. And then this is just a graph showing the 12 months of the year, how those trends. The green is still the direct booking. You see that green increases during the summer, and it decreases during the winter time, and the short term, the VRBO and the AirDNA or Airbnb increases during the holidays, and that's because it's often smaller groups that are looking for maybe one bedroom in someone's house, or there's renting out a garage apartment and so forth. But as far as the summertime, you see the increases there during the summertime for direct bookings. Next slide. And then this, I won't read through all these, but you have it in your packet. These are some of the trends that the industry has seen of why people would choose to book direct as opposed to on Airbnb or VRBO. Obviously, a repeat guest, it stands to reason that if you stay one time, you're going to probably call directly back the next time. This is very similar to hotels in a sense that these companies charge a very large commission to utilize their platform, sometimes up to 30-40%. So if you book a $100 room on Airbnb, Airbnb is going to keep somewhere between $20 and $40 of that. You'll get the rest. Now, if you call me up directly and say, I want to book your room, and I say $100, then I keep the whole $100. So there is an incentive from the local property owners and property managers to try to figure out how to convert them from booking on that online booking portal to booking directly with them as well, which is why you see that trend continuing to increase. So I think we're going to turn it over to somebody else now.
All right, these next few slides, we're just going to kind of walk through the where, what zoning districts are these permitted, how we are currently collecting for the hot collection and registration, and then how some of the enforcement is currently being handled. So short-term rentals, so the code that's cited and how some of these are processed or identified. So the Unified Development Code 5.2.24 is where we have the single-family section, and that identifies any no homes in a single-family residential zoning district can be leased for less than a month. So typically we see single-family homes, 6 months, 12-month kind of leases, but this is where we can cite and kind of cite those users in single-family districts. We do have two exceptions. The bed and breakfast is an option that someone can pursue, although we have very limited numbers of those. I think we only have one currently in operation in the city. And then we do have developers that when they come in for a planned unit development, that may be some language that's included. But that's primarily for the townhome or condo projects we've seen. We haven't seen a whole lot of single families asking for that exception. This next slide shows some of the zoning districts in which you can do short-term rentals. So the interpretation that we've been using for regulation short-term rentals is that you can do those in zoning districts which allow a hotel, and that is pretty much all of your commercial or resort-oriented zoning districts. Again, there are the exception in the single family where you can utilize the bed and breakfast and or with the planned unit development. But this just kind of gives you an idea of, I know it's kind of a large scale, but the downtown pretty much commercially zoned, large parts of the SBID corridor, and then the island rather, all the areas east of Parkway 22 and along that corridor are for the most part commercial, and so the short-term rentals are allowed by right. The registration and hot collection, we have a new software called MuniRevs, and so we're using that to utilize for collection and reporting of all our hot tax collection. And so they have a platform where customers can go and register and pay their amounts through the system. We also do have two agreements in place. We have an agreement with Airbnb and one with VRBO or HomeAway now. And that's for their clients that utilize their platform. So these agreements, basically, we get a lump sum payment from the two companies, but we don't get information that breaks down the address or where they're located or occupancy or number of nights that those particular units are utilized. And so the revenues that we've gotten from those agreements since they were adopted, we got just under 1.2 million in F2020, and then we're currently at just over $1 million for this year with still 4 months to go. Just a little bit more on hot tax collection. So this is a state and local ordinance, so any stay less than 30 days is required to pay both the state and local hot tax. And so these agreements, and kind of going back with what Brett just mentioned, that the agreements we have are with VRBO and the HomeAway, but we're seeing an increase of users using that direct booking. So the market share is maybe dwindling a bit with those agreements. So we know that it's likely that we're not collecting between maybe 25 and 50% of that potential hot revenue related to those agreements. And then just kind of give you an idea of where those funds go towards: tourism programs, the arts, the convention center, historical restoration, and then it can be also used for wayfinding signage. On the enforcement side, as mentioned, they do utilize the Unified Development Code section when they're going after a particular property for a violation and it's an illegal land use. And they have their own system for tracking those cases. And certainly we have noticed an increase. I think these are more popular over the last year or so. And so we're definitely seeing an increase in Padre Island, North Beach, and along Ocean Drive. We do have right now registered 70 complaints that are being investigated on Padre Island. 12 of those have been confirmed for a land use violation. And so the department has a 30-day compliance period in working with those individuals. And this kind of gives you an idea of the man hours that's involved. 350 hours for those 70 cases that have been reported so far. And then going back to January of 2020, we do have 26 citations that have been issued on these short-term rental units. Texas, like I mentioned earlier on, the 2019 session was very active with different bills related to short-term rentals. Most were targeted to remove a city's ability to regulate where they would go. But at the end, none of the bills were passed. And we were surprised that no bills were filed this year. So next steps, as Peter mentioned, envision that the need to create a policy for these short-term rentals, and we kind of already have a good start. The ISAC looked at some best practices of previous cities that work that the CVBD had done before. They had kind of a chart that I just discovered. So we have some good work already started on best practices across Texas and some other cities across the country. And it is likely that we would need a consultant to kind of augment and assist staff during this process. And the hope would be to have it complete by the end of this calendar year, and we'd certainly want to include the Visit Corpus Christi as part of that team in evaluating these different ordinances and policies. And with that, be happy to take any questions. We do have representatives from the other departments too, if you have anything specific.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you, and thank all staff for the presentation. I guess as far as best practices, I know the ISAC had a subcommittee on there that did a very strong review of best practice with it. I know we looked at their recommendation, but I don't know how many hours that were spent reviewing practices all across the nation, and really they issued a very comprehensive report. So I hope we're not looking at starting from scratch, but we take advantage of what's there. One of the things I get is they were saying out of the 2,000 STR, 1,700 of them are on the island, with North Beach second. So I field a lot of calls and a lot of interest on there on the island. That's probably the number one item out there for our citizens and taxpayers with it. I'm saying that we spend 5 hours to try to determine if there's an STR or not. We need to work on that with it. If we're looking 6 months down the line or something, we need to up our game. It's kind of that's what the Islanders would say. I'm sure that how can we do a better job? We've done 70 this year with 12 taken to a little bit of fruition on there. It still continues. That'll help to accelerate the interest to get there. I want to thank Mr. Harris for coming up here. That he's got 400 and something units that he's built in the last 20 years. All are compliant. So we know that we can do it and do it properly on there with it. We've had other, there's a strong industry in doing it. We just got to respect our residential folks on there and make sure if we're particularly, the R4.5, R6, these neighborhoods, when there's a complaint, one of the issues that the citizens are telling me that we're just not getting any traction. We call it in, well, it's not the weekend, we don't work the weekend, yada, yada, yada. So I hope that staff in this interim period that we really start enforcing our ordinance. I think that's our number one starting point. We look at what's been done so far. We've got a good position there. I just don't hire a consultant to come in. It's not that it's a bad idea, but we've already gone a long way down there with some great leadership on there with it. So, but again, I'd like to thank staff for bringing this forward, because I know on that end, in the island in particular, and then in Flower Bluff. So you showed the hot spot in Flower Bluff. I've had numerous citizens out there. Their lives have been impacted by these STRs in there with it. So again, thank you.
Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, Dan. So ISAC did not make a particular recommendation. They just said we needed to form a committee and study this further. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct. Yeah.
Versus the POA from the island who did make a recommendation.
Yeah, the POA's letter to us was, they overwhelming support to keep it out of the single-family areas, but they do have some clusters of multifamily where they said that they that was fine, that they had no issue with that continuing.
Okay, and maybe this is jumping ahead a little bit, but with respect to the collection of hot tax, how does the city go about doing that? I mean, that's got to be part of the enforcement deal, but let's just say I decide to start doing short-term rentals on my house and I just advertise it on the internet, but I don't really say anything to the city about it. How does the city address that issue?
Good morning, Heather Hurlbut, Director of Finance. We did not have a good method in place prior. We have now contracted with this new company to help us with that compliance. What we would like to do going forward is be able to run more of that compliance. So using the algorithms that they have built on their system, they go out and are able to look at a lot of these booking websites, see what's being advertised, look and see how they, if they are showing that they have nights rented. And then we would be contacting those owners and saying, we see that you're renting, we haven't received, you aren't registered as a provider, and looking to collect those taxes that are due.
A good answer. I was going to say it shouldn't take more than about 5 minutes to write an algorithm to go out and search the internet and find out who's advertising.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I wasn't going to tell them myself. Thank you. That's all I had.
Councilman, can I add to that, Mayor, if you don't mind? So if you recall on Brett's charts that he went over, the majority of the units rented are from an individual, right? It's not from Airbnb. So we're collecting about 1.9 million annually right now on taxes from the short-term rentals. But what Brett's chart demonstrates is we could be collecting twice as much.
Yeah.
We suspect
I have no doubt about that.
The individual owners aren't really remitting. So they do pay through a portal that we have, just like the hotels do. The city does have automation for payment using an online portal. They also register there with the city.
Yes.
But the goal is, through the policy also, is to get those hot tax revenues that we're not getting, that we would have got if it was a hotel. So it's just kind of keeping up with the industry. Through the agreement we have with Airbnb and one other entity.
VRBO or Burbank.
VRBO, we are collecting 1.9, but the analysis shows we could be collecting 2, maybe even close to 3 times that much.
Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that a bit. And I agree with Councilman Smith. I mean, this is an issue that's come of age, and we're a little behind the curve here. And my family, we've rented places in other cities and other states through the Airbnb and what have you, and we've done it over in Port Aransas. But we also have to be cognizant of where we do that, because one of the ones we rented home over in Port Aransas, and my wife and I were standing out on a balcony in these really nice multi-million-dollar homes, and it was, the backyards or the balconies all face each other. And it was pretty much like being at a college frat party. And so I told my wife, I said, if I owned this home and lived here on a daily basis, this would be a little bit of a problem. And so we have to be cognizant of that fact and be sure we're respectful of people who have paid for their privacy. So thank you.
Looking at some of the things you mentioned or didn't mention, is there any engagement with the Realtors Association?
We haven't, in preparation for this briefing.
Right. I mean, we just had a representative give a briefing. I believe her name was Elke. Right. That mentioned short-term rentals and was willing to discuss it, and we didn't reach out to him?
I mean, I would envision that would definitely be part of anything moving forward, but in preparation for this briefing, we didn't.
Yeah, we didn't, Councilman, we didn't, that's the next step. So we haven't reached out to anybody.
Okay.
So not only do we haven't reached out to anybody, we're preparing what we have as background material, setting the stage for the council, and suggesting that we move ahead with policy development with the city council. But as I mentioned, and as Dan mentioned, we need to include all stakeholders. So real estate council, CVB, people like Alex Harris,
ISAC, neighborhood associations from across the city. It's just not an island issue or a Flower Bluff, it's a citywide issue. North Beach, Cal Allen, so there'll be a very extensive outreach process. That's why I was saying probably it's going to take us about 6 months, right, to get.
Peter, much better. When you say 6 months, as was mentioned earlier, I think we're all ready to just move something forward. We need to just figure it all out, right, with everyone included. And I know today was just a very simple briefing on what's going on so that we can make a decision on moving forward in one way or another, or at least getting more information and input, correct?
Right, that's correct, Mayor. One other thing that Dan did have in his presentation is we don't, and I've seen it in the past 2 years I've been here, we don't have the staff resources to focus on this, so we are going to look to and we have, Brett's forwarded a couple of options to us. We need some staff augmentation, a consultant of sorts, just to help us, because right now Dan's the lead, but we know he has numerous plans that are underway, and we want to be realistic. That's why.
Right.
And we know, we hear you. I was at a planning commission meeting. I attended one a couple weeks ago, and the one planning zoning case that got all the attention was an Airbnb, one single home. So we know it's an issue. The 6 months is just to say best case scenario.
Okay.
If we can get it done sooner, we'll get it done sooner.
Sure.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, I was still asked, in the 2.5 years that I've been on council, I've gotten 2 complaints, and they were from HOAs. One was from Country Club, and the other was from King Estates. I think one was RS-15, I believe, and the other was RS-6. I don't think it's authorized in either of those zonings. So, but as far as I know, most neighborhoods that have HOAs restrict the use of short-term rentals in their neighborhoods. I mean, the one I'm in restricts it. Were you going to say something, Miles?
Well, not necessarily. They may say they do, but many of them actually don't restrict it, because there was a Supreme Court decision a few years ago in Texas that pointed out that just the general restriction on commercial activity doesn't successfully constitute a restriction on short-term rentals. Usually they need something more specific in their bylaws to actually restrict it. That doesn't mean they're not telling you they restrict it, and it doesn't mean that they don't think that they restrict it or want to restrict it, but they might not actually legally be restricting it.
I'll take a look at the language. I live in an HOA, for all disclosure. I'll take a look at the language and see. I could have swore it said specifically no short-term rentals, but they didn't state short-term rentals less than 30 days.
Yeah, and of course,
Right.
I'm generalizing,
Right.
and there is much of the language out there, and that is why you have some of the pressure from the HOAs is because they have been to some extent neutered in their ability to go after the short-term rentals themselves.
Well, in both of those examples, I referred them to code enforcement and provided them the information of where they were listed in either VRBO or Airbnb, and a specific location with a house and a map. So, however, but looking at the map, we don't have quite the density of, I guess, usage in District 5 as maybe you would have on the island or in other areas of the city. But with that, some consideration would be, for example, on our ordinance for noise. I don't think we've ever actually prosecuted anybody for noise because it's such a high level of sustained noise, and you have to catch them at the right time. If we don't have code enforcement on the weekends, you're not actually going to be able to measure it with the meter that they use. So that should be taken into consideration, whether or not that should be more stringent than our actual noise ordinance, if that's a possibility. Also, the mechanism for hot tax collection, I guess that's an online self-reporting. But with that, is there any mechanism for violations? in terms of fee schedules, or is it just whatever the municipal court determines?
A violation of short-term rental is a violation of zoning. As such, it is a fine of up to $2,000. We actually set a window fine, a bench fine of $2,000 in those cases involving zoning. The challenge of enforcement is that just because you see a lot of dots on a map doesn't mean that you have provable violations. A dot on a map is basically from a third party. Hearsay rule doesn't allow you to introduce that as proving up a violation. A short-term rental violation requires proving that the person actually rented for a period of less than 30 days. There is a financial transaction that does not necessarily occur within the public view that needs to be proven. So proving that financial transaction can be based on testimony from the tenant or testimony from the owner. Quite often owners don't testify against themselves. Or it can be based on information from a sting operation if the code enforcement actually goes out and rents a short-term rental and uses that information to prosecute. And you see this in other types of solicitation operations that are done by law enforcement, but it's a challenge time-wise to put in the necessary time and money to do a sting operation.
I don't know, maybe somebody from law enforcement can answer the question. Have we ever done a sting operation for short-term rentals in the city?
No. Okay.
Had to ask the question. I know.
Yeah. Use our tax dollars.
You think about some of these things and you're like, well, we're.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot. There's I know Texas is a very strong property rights state, right? So we have to take that into consideration. However, in terms of maybe evidence is that if we receive hot tax for a specific location, would that be considered evidence? If hot tax is paid from Airbnb or VRBO?
That's possible that if you have a hot tax, you could trace, if somebody's paying the hot tax, potentially you could trace it back. You might have some hearsay problems. We'd have to look into the documentation that's shown from the
Somebody
hot tax
just might
payment.
pay hot tax for the heck of it. Is that?
Yeah, well, just because.
I think this is all going to go into the work you're going to do.
I'm bringing up some.
Yes,
what I'm
there-
trying to do here is I'm bringing up some of the challenges that we have, and I would consider something about how we go about this, zoning specifically. Also, I understand the ISAC is the only city sanctioned board that represents a certain area of town. We don't have any other boards that represent any other part of town. So we'll need to get some more beyond just the island residents as to what determines what our policy should be.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I believe that was stated, correct? This is a citywide issue in just one area. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Just a little bit of follow-up. So, to Miles, do we have two issues? One is violation of our code, and then another possibility that City Manager Zanoni brought up, that we're not receiving a lot of hot tax, just a non-reporting. Are those two separate?
I would see those as separate. We have actually hundreds of people who have registered and properly pay their hot tax. Yeah. And generally where that occurs is, most people who do these short-term rentals do them through a property management association. Property management associations quite often do this properly, register, pay their hot tax. There are hundreds of legal short-term rentals upon which people are doing that. And people could pay and register and pay their hot tax regardless of whether they're, the fact that, and even if you're doing it in a house where it's illegal, the fact that you're engaging in an illegal activity is not a defense to the obligation to pay the tax. You still have to pay the tax regardless of the illegality of your activity. But nonetheless, we assume that all the money we receive, or much of the money is legal, but we're still going to take it. And the IRS takes quite a bit of money that it receives from activity that might otherwise be illegal.
Okay, in the brief we got on the code enforcement side, there's a 30-day cure period. So if somebody has a violation, does that mean if they don't rent anymore, they're clear?
I think the answer is yes, but Tracy will clarify. That's part of the problem is they do self-correct, but then after some time, they go back to
Correct,
leasing.
yes. It's
Yeah.
a 30-day compliance period because it is a zoning violation. We have to treat each one of those. And if they do correct that, then the property's in compliance. When they don't, that's where the citation will be issued. But as Miles stated, proving up that violation is very time-consuming. It is very difficult to prove that transaction. We can have probable cause to issue that citation, but that doesn't mean that necessarily the activity is going to stop. It's got to go to court. It's, and at that point, you reach that punitive phase. So even issuing the citation doesn't cause the activity to cease. And that's where I think some of the frustration from our residents has come in, is that code enforcement has taken action. We've done as much as we can up to that point. But until it gets to court, until there's, a mechanism to make the activity stop, you're not going to see it cease.
Okay, so they've got a 30-day, and then they could go back to it, and then you start the whole cycle over again.
Correct. And as we heard earlier, I mean, a lot of these are being done through direct bookings, which makes it even more difficult to prove up the violation. So.
And getting back to the hot tax, so you said there's a $2,000 fine if we go through all the rigmarole and stuff like that for the zoning violation, is that correct?
A fine not to exceed $2,000.
Not to,
fine of
yeah,
up to
very, very
$2,000.
different than, yeah, not up to $2,000.
A jury might choose to assess a fine of considerably less than $2,000.
They could do $2 then.
Yes.
It's up to, okay. Now, how about failure to render hot tax? So there's both on the local side and the state side. So what's the vulnerability there?
I'm glad you brought that up, because it's an opportunity to point out the vulnerability. A person who fails to pay the hot tax and fails to properly register and pay hot tax is committing another Class C violation. However, they are gradually also building up liability that could be pursued civilly. That liability accrues and accrues and accrues. No statute of limitations. Theoretically, the city at some point could sue a large a person who should be providing hot taxes, and when that liability is sufficient, then they become more and more vulnerable. Just like any other taxes, eventually when a pig becomes a hog, and they become vulnerable to being, of course, slaughtered.
On the state side, is it a criminal violation not to pay your hot tax?
Yeah, I believe it is on the state side, and I believe it's also could be pursued civilly as well on the state side.
Okay, so both civilly and so somebody that fails to render tax is really exposing themselves.
Absolutely. Somebody who does it once or twice, we probably aren't going to catch them. But somebody, especially somebody using a property management agency that can be subject to potential discovery or subpoena, is opening themselves up to substantial liability for failing to pay that hot tax.
Both civilly and criminally if they're not rendering.
Yes, and especially civilly, because civilly there's not a statute of limitations applicable to municipalities when you fail to file.
Okay, thank you, Miles.
Okay.
I've got a question.
Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Just along certain lines. And, my son and his college buddies in Austin used to, they had a van in their driveway, and they used that as a short-term rental. And it was unbelievable the amount of activity that they had. So it was, they called it the white Ferrari. But, that is a sense, and I'm sure there's not an abundance of them, but I'm sure there's a lot of RVs as well that probably aren't getting, we're not subjecting hot tax to as well. So just a point to consider.
Thank you. Okay. That is all the questions. Thank you, Miles. Thank you, Mr. McGinn. And we will move on quickly to item K, consent agenda items 3 through 20. Council members, do you have any items to discuss or to pull?
Mayor, I'd like
Items
to
3 through
pull,
20?
Mayor, I'd like to pull number 4.
Number 4, okay. Anyone else?
18 and 20.
Number 18 and number 20.
I would like to pull 5, please.
Number 5. Okay. Would any members of the public like to pull any items for discussion? Pardon? 19. Number 19? Okay. I will then entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of items number 4, 5, 18, 19, and 20.
So move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Yeah, I know.
Hi, Council, sorry. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. Item 4 was pulled. You may recall last Tuesday, Council made some recommendations to the ordinance that my team failed to do in a timely manner. So I'm passing you out a hard copy of the revised ordinance, just to assure you that everything was updated as requested. First, you requested that we eliminate short-term rentals, oddly enough. And second, you requested a height limitation from 35 feet to 1 story, so we set it at 18 feet.
Okay, that's the reason why I pulled it in conversations with Al Raymond. It was not reflected in the material that was in the packet, so.
Okay, so now it is.
This is
Right.
this is the updated one that required,
Great.
that we had voted on. So with that, for the one that you received,
Yes.
the handout, I make a motion to approve this amended, well,
Okay.
the way it was amended
We have a
from last
motion
week.
and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. I think what we're going to do now, because we have a few more items. We have 5, 18, 19, and 20. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch, and then we'll be back to go over those. And let me see here. We do have an executive session item. So the council will go into executive session on item number 28, per Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 551.074. So we will return. My microphone, is this working? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order, and we do have a motion that I hold here. So I'd like to make the motion to authorize the mayor, myself, to execute an amendment to the employment agreement of the city manager to modify paragraph 4, compensation, to increase the base salary by 5%.
Second.
Any, yeah, keep going. There's 8 of us. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. The motion passes. Okay. Where are we? Yes, we could, about your evaluation. So, okay, we just spent how long? Good night. Yes, so coming out of his executive session and reading this motion and passing it is very reflective of how this council feels about the performance that our city manager, Peter Zanoni, has given the city and this entire community. So we're very, very happy with the job he's done and continues to do. We feel that the city is blessed to have him, and the residents of this city are very blessed to have him. And we really do appreciate the leadership, Peter, that you've given us, and that you're going to continue to give us. And that's even more exciting because we're going to continue to take this in partnership, right, with not only everyone in this building, your leadership team, but this council. And so we're very, very, very excited about that. And we really look forward to all the blessings that are going to come from it, because that goes to the people. So thank you. Yes.
Amen.
Amen, he says. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Okay, so I think we left off now on item number, we did item number 4.
Number 5, ma'am.
Number 5. Okay, so item number 5 is an ordinance adopting a new Padre Mustang Island area development plan. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. I'm bringing this up because I wasn't here last week, and number one, I want on the record to thank everybody that took part in this. This was a long process. How long we've been working on it, Dan? 18 months?
Not quite that long, but pretty close. Probably 14, 15-month process. Yes.
Through the virus and going and conquering the virus to get out there and the outreach with it. So the community did a great job. Staff, you all did a wonderful job, and our consultant on there. I can't say enough good things about how this worked. Now, we're sitting with a plan that should last us hopefully a decade, maybe with some changes. One comment on there is one part is it doesn't specify an area but a maintenance building. And one thing that lacks on the island is we have millions of dollars of equipment that's sitting out there basically turning from dollars to rust. And as we look at the county, Port Aransas, they all protect their equipment. I'm glad that that's included in there, and hopefully we'll get going on that. And one thing, wherever we decide to put it, the design should be appropriate to the location. But we definitely need that maintenance building. But in one other point, in this, Dan, if you could bring it up, it's on page 173 of my book, or 24 of the plan itself.
I'm not sure we have a slide that shows that specifically, but
yeah, well, not the maintenance building. I'm switching. This is the midterm projects.
oh yeah, here we do.
So yeah, there's on 24. We're all getting texts from the city manager. We discussed it today. We know that traffic is an issue on the island. It's not about being an issue in 5 years or 10 years. It's an issue now. And I would like to, make an amendment to the plan, and Dan, this, page 24, this is on S25, Park Road 22, 361 intersection improvements study with it, and then S29, JF Causeway evaluation. Both of these are to improve traffic on there. They're both studies. They're not saying we do this in 5 years, but it gets the ball rolling now, so we can do it in 10 years or 15 years. And I would like to make an amendment that we change that to the, from the midterm 6 to 10 year project and move it to the 1 to 5. So I'm going to make the amendment that we make these changes to the plan.
Okay. No,
Yes. Yeah,
we
that's
can do that.
not an issue. That's certainly something, we can move those up, and we'll work with our partners over at the MPO and TxDOT to make, prioritize these and get those going sooner.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
I make a motion that we adopt the plan as submitted.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number, what was that? Which one was that? Was that 18? No, 18 is coming up, natural gas.
18 is next, they're correct.
Yeah, okay, so item number 18.
So, Mayor, I asked that that item be pulled, and I don't have any specific heartburn. I've read through this document more than once. I've called Bill, and we've had a conversation. But I just thought it important to mention the fact that I think this is a really good new plan for the city. There are some hedging protections built into this plan to help us in case we were to have another one of these major freeze events, so we don't get caught up short again. And, you can never be perfect when you're dealing with the commodities market, and that's what this is. And I know at my former employer, EOG, we had teams of people who did nothing all day long but sit around and try to figure out what was going to happen on the commodities market with respect to natural gas. So it's a daunting task, but I think this is a good plan, Bill, and appreciate the effort that you put in on this. And if you have any comments you'd like to make to council, well, that would be great. Other than that, I'm going to make a motion that we approve it.
Great.
Thank you.
Do we have a second? Or did you want to make a comment? I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay.
Look a gift horse in the mouth.
You're like, can I vote?
There's a smart guy.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 20 was the last item pulled from our consent agenda.
Ma'am, there was also 19. 19 was pulled by a citizen.
Oh, I think, Steve, I believe that was a mistake. So.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Okay, so we're,
Oh,
okay, not a problem, sir, thank you. So we're not pulling 19, so we're going to 20. So item,
Yeah,
I make a
'cause we
motion
pulled it.
to
okay.
approve
right.
number
Good
19.
Lord, good night in
no, that's
heaven.
it, they're right. That's
Yeah, well, no, I
exactly
know, but like, four of y'all attack. Okay. Do we have a motion to approve? Do we have first and second? Motion second?
Motion, second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 20, resolution revising the infill housing incentive program guidelines. Mr.
Mayor,
Pestle.
I had asked for this to be pulled as well, and, this was a program that had been on the council's shelf drawing dust since 2015, and Mr. Dan Brown of Thanksgiving Homes brought it to me and said it was a really good plan. We just needed to update the pricing, and I've been working with staff up to now. This is, okay. And we've had numerous discussions about this. And I think we're really close on this, but I think we're somewhat and Peter, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong here. I think we're somewhat getting a little confused about what we're trying to do here. This is an infill housing incentive program. And early on, when I brought this to the council's attention, Peter, you had staff address this, and we basically split this into two things. The infill housing program is not necessarily a program that is directed at low income. This is to do infill housing development in neighborhoods, older neighborhoods, basically, where we're trying to go in and bring some new things to those, new housing to those older neighborhoods, and to help spur some development in those areas, and to take lots that have been, many of them, vacant for years, and collecting trash and whatever, and bring those back on the tax rolls to earn income. But Peter, you had said along with this, you were going to bring, and staff was going to bring to us a comprehensive plan for developing incentives for affordable housing across the city. Because if you read through this, my fear is what we are doing here is we're developing a plan that basically says that low-income families can only live in low-income neighborhoods, and I don't think we want to send that message. And so I just have some concerns about how this is worded. I think we're really close, but we need to develop a plan that the builders are going to use, and I have talked to the builders who are associated with doing this infill housing, and what they're telling me is, in its current form, they can't use this. So I don't want us to go through the trouble of developing something here that is going to go back on the shelf and draw dust. I was hoping that we could develop something here that would be, useful and would help the building community do some of this infill program and encourage them to do it. So anyway, that's my perspective from this, and I was going to make a motion that we table this so that we can have an opportunity to work out some additional details and then bring this back to the council in a form that everybody can support, including the builders who are going to be building these homes. So that's all I have to say.
So, Councilman, the infill housing policy, the city back in 2016, I think did a good job in beginning to address what I believe was the beginning of affordable housing policy. At the time, I suspect most cities weren't talking about affordable housing and how do you incentivize it. So I think this was the foundation of what we're recommending today to kind of grow into an affordable housing program. The lots are across the city, so it's not just low-income neighborhoods where this program can be applied to. It's clearly across the city, in the south side, the old west side,
But
the north side.
But Peter, this policy says that these homes can only be built in community development block grant areas, which
Right.
many of which are identified as low-income areas. And we're also stipulating that the sales price of the finished home value it can't exceed 80% of the area median sales, and that the home must be sold to people whose income is at or below that 80% median.
Right, so that is a change we're recommending in this policy. So about 2 years ago, I did meet with Dan Brown and the Housing Authority, and frankly was surprised that there was no income restrictions, because the dollars that they're using come pretty much right now from the Housing Authority, which is at 30% AMI. So they're using 30% AMI dollars from their organization, and they'll sell a home to whomever. So we want to be mindful of that. The other thing is, the issue is, how do we fund some of the gap? How do we fund the tap fees, the street cut fees? How do we help the developer still be able to develop the home, make some profit, yet sell it? The dollars we're recommending are affordable housing dollars out of the Type B. We still have to go to the Type B board. The sales tax is an allocation that the voters approved to set aside some dollars for affordable housing at 80% or below. So even with that, the home price is up there. It's in the $200,000 range. So I think what this does, it takes the infill policy, and it graduates it to both an infill housing, but then making homes affordable to persons. 80% is still pretty high. 60% is what the multifamily typically is from the state tax credit.
But we've
And,
also put this recapture thing in there, so that
Well-
if whoever is living in the house, if they die, then their family, unless they can also qualify as a low income, then they're stuck with having to pay this money back, which is gonna go back to the builder. And
Yeah,
I
so
just
we-
don't see how that's fair.
Well, how we made it fair is that in most cities, or many cities, to include San Antonio, the recapture period is 30 years. We lowered ours all the way down to what is the lowest, which is 5 years generally. Generally, it's anywhere from 5 to 30. Ours is at the lowest, 5 years. So we're saying we want the homeowner to stay in that home for at least 5 years. That helps to eliminate what can happen, which is the flipping of the home after they buy it to somebody else, and then you lose that goal of having it affordable and having it in the hands of an affordable or a family that can afford that amount.
Okay. Well,
It does provide, I'm sorry, one other thing is it does provide what we didn't have before is up to $25,000 in investment in the home. We know that the infill policy was one that really should have been updated more than, it's been 6 years since it's even been updated. And what we found, what we could see is that there was no real incentive from the city from a financial standpoint. So this adds a $25,000 incentive to the developers. And we think that's a big change that we didn't have before, which helps to buy down the cost of that home and then make it affordable.
No, I realize all of that, but you can have all these incentives in this plan that you want to, but if the builder is looking you straight in the eye and saying, we can't use this, or they won't use it because you're restricting them on who they can sell it to, then what good does it do?
Well, we know of one builder.
Is this going to be, I
that
mean,
was
the
saying
plan
that.
as it was
Yeah.
designed before, sat on the shelf since 2015 and has not been utilized. In fact, nobody up here knew about it until I brought it in the room. So why are we going to do that? I mean, I don't understand why we would develop something that we can't get the development community interested in utilizing.
Yeah, well, so we met with one developer who's the primary developer today for this infill housing. We know he has some issue, even though we tried to, Neiman and the team worked with him, but there's other developers out there, and we think that with a program like this, where the city is willing to contribute $25,000, it'll help to grow the industry. We need more than just one developer. And so we think that this will attract others. As Habitat for Humanity, there's several others that the staff has the list. I don't have it in front of me, but our recommendation is we see how this policy, how the builders either use it or don't use it. We can always amend it going forward if it seems like if it's not doing what the intention was. It is modeled after some of our peer cities across Texas, the 7 cities above us. And does bring in that affordability component.
Okay. I'm disappointed that we went down this track and we took something that I thought was very simple and made it very complicated. And I'm just really disappointed, and I'm sorry I brought it forward now, kind of. So we can do whatever we want to do.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez. Oh, did you have your light on? No. No, okay. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure I clarify this, and Jennifer, you could probably address some of this. It's a lot of this is based on the requirements of where the funding is coming from, right? Is it the Type B funding and what restrictions they have on the Type B funding? Is that correct?
Correct.
So if we didn't use Type B funding, where would that money come from?
Most likely the general fund.
Okay.
We could also use federal funding, but that comes with even more restrictions.
Okay, and then the other side of that was also general block grants, right? The CBDG.
That was the federal funds, yeah.
That's the federal funds, yes.
Right.
Okay, so, there's restrictions based on where the funding is coming from.
Yes.
Did that include the 5-year requirement?
In order to use Type B, it says you have to either recapture or resale. It does not specify a time
time frame.
period.
Okay,
the
and so
federal-
we're looking to minimize that, and
Yes.
previously it was 30 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so realistically, some of the issues that we have to deal with are where the money's coming from. Is that, I mean, that's what I understood it from our conversation.
Yeah, I think a little bit, but I think we want to be mindful that we want our resources to help those that need the help. So somebody that's above 80% the AMI doesn't really need our financial help. But there's a lot of people out there that do, right? So,
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of budgeting, right? There's
Yeah.
only so much we can do from the general fund because obviously that's where the city's operations are paid from.
right,
But there's this money sitting there in type B that we have not been able to use.
exactly.
I guess the thing about it is we have to revisit this on a regular basis to see if it's actually being utilized.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand the challenges that Councilman Pusley is talking about, that if we can have all this nice programs and the money's, the money there, but if nobody uses it, it's going to continue to sit there like it has been, right? What kind of outreach are we going to be doing in order to try and promote this type of, promote this program with developers?
I think we have to do outreach directly to home buyers, home builders, the Realtors Association, neighborhood groups, reach out to different service providers, specifically to Habitat. We ourselves have a demolition reconstruction program with 3 builders in it. We need to make sure we're talking to them. We need to do what we can to pre-qualify home buyers and make sure that do what we can to mitigate the risk of sale. The sales risks that I think that the home builders are coming up against.
Okay, so there's also in our discussion, there was the option of that people can take advantage of both programs. The builder can use the funding for the incentives to compensate for the fees, and then the home buyer can also take advantage of that from the builder, and then also take advantage of some incentives up to $25,000.
The buyer could benefit from both the development subsidy and the direct down
Okay.
payment assistance.
So there's no problem with double dipping?
No.
Okay. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Presley, do you have a comment?
Again, I just want to go back and say, you can talk about advertising to all those groups you want to. There's really only one group doing infill housing. And infill housing is a specific thing that we're trying to do here in this city, or have been trying to do, and there's only one group that's doing it. If you take this to the regular development community that's building houses over on the south side of Corpus Christi, they'll just laugh at you.
Yeah.
They're not going to do these houses.
Yeah.
Now, with respect to the funding, and that's a great question that the councilman brings up, the 25,000, if we were using type B funds, is, a great thing. We don't have to do that much if we don't want to. I mean, if we are going to have to take these from general funds, we'll have to obviously work that into the budget for next year if we're going to try to do that. But we could reduce that to some amount that, is something that we can utilize and something that we think will make happen. But, I just think that we're trying to do 2 different things here, and I'm not sure it'll work.
Mr. Martinez?
And, I think it's important that we have a program that works, but I do think it's important that we keep the element of having affordable housing for our citizens. I would hate to have a program that essentially subsidizes people who are buying up a whole bunch of rent houses in these infill lots so that they can just rent out to people. I don't think that's the purpose of what we're doing. I don't think that serves the need of affordable housing for people to purchase. So, I think that's a very important aspect for me for this program. But I do think that it probably does need some work to make sure that it is something that is workable, that people take advantage of. But I would hate to see us get away from that, and I hope that that's not what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. No other questions? No. Okay. Okay, well then I will entertain a motion. I made one. Oh, did you? Okay. All right. So then we'll move on. So I'll entertain a motion to pass resolution number, or I'm sorry, item number 20.
As presented, right? Okay, so,
Pardon?
as presented.
As presented, yes.
Right, so.
Okay, do we have a
Mr.
second?
Molina made a motion.
Second?
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to vote for this so that if I have an opportunity to bring it back, I will, but I'm voting for it, not because I think it's a good idea.
Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Here,
The
Mayor,
motion.
Can I make one comment? I'm sorry, go ahead and say
Yes,
the
that's
motion's
okay.
passed. Go ahead.
The motion carries. Yes, sir.
That being said, I guess if we could look at a time when we can review this, whether it be 6 months, so that way we can see what kind of activity we've had and what
Right.
kind of comment period we've had.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We can bring you an update about the midway point 6 months from now.
Okay, thank you.
We-
Thank you.
Wow.
Okay. Item M, like Mary, public hearings, items number 21 through 22 and 22. Item number 21, zoning case number 0521-02, Terry J. Cox in District 4.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The case before you, the case before you is to rezone the property located at 15022 Leewood Drive from RMATIO, multifamily tourist attraction district with an island overlay, to RMATIO PUD, multifamily tourist attraction district with an island overlay and the plan unit development. The purpose is to allow for the construction of 6 townhome units. The applicant is Terry J. Cox. Next slide, please. The property is located along the east side of Leeward Drive, south of St. Augustine Avenue, and north of Aruba Drive. The property has approximately 100 feet of street frontage along Leeward Drive, which is designated as a C1 minor collector. To the north, south, east are townhome and multifamily developments zoned RMATIO, multifamily tourist attraction district with an island overlay. To the west are vacant properties zoned CR2IO, resort commercial district with an island overlay, and several townhome style developments zoned RMATIO PUD. The property is 0.52 acres in size, and it is platted. Next slide, please. Sorry. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the future land use map, compatible with the neighboring properties, and has with the general character of the surrounding area. The proposed PUD will allow for daily, weekly, and monthly rentals. The current RMATIO zoning allows this use today. There are currently no CIP or bond projects proposed for Leewood Drive. Next slide, please. The PUD deviations. Minimum lot area for RMAT is 5,000 square feet. For RSTH is 1,600 square feet, and the PUD proposes 1,100 square feet. Minimum lot width is 50 feet for RMTA. For RSTH is 16 feet. The PUD proposes 27 feet. Front yard setback, RMAT 20 feet, RSTH 10 feet. The PUD proposes a minimum of 5 feet. Front yard corner is not applicable because this is a mid-block development. Next slide, please. RMAT proposes 5-foot sidewalks on both sides of a public right-of-way. RSTH proposes 5 feet sidewalks on both sides of a public right-of-way. The PUD proposes 6 feet on one side. Curb type, RMAT and RSTH requires 6-inch curb and gutter. The PUD proposes 1-foot edge curb, or what most would call a roll curb. Rental time, RMAT allows under and over 30-day rentals. RSTH allows a minimum of 30 days. The PUD proposes daily, monthly, and yearly rentals. Next slide, please. This is a view of the schematic master plan of the site. Next slide, please. 136 notifications were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. One was returned in opposition, one was returned in favor. The one in opposition is, of course, represented by one owner and indicates there is a 0.01% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area that are opposed to this rezoning. Next slide, please. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval with conditions. Number one, the owner will develop the property in accordance with the Leeward Bay Plan Unit Development Guidelines and Master Site Plan. Number two, sidewalks should be provided along the frontage of the subject property that fronts Leeward Drive. Number three, solid waste collection points must be easily accessible by personnel and the solid waste vehicles. Number four, of course, vehicle use areas should be screened by landscaping. Number five, of course, these conditions don't preclude requirements for other development conditions, development requirements within the city. And number six, the time limit, 24 months, there must be a complete building permit application submitted as requested. And I stand by for any questions.
No, we have no questions, Mr. Raymond. So with that, I believe we're going to open public hearing. Are you the applicant, sir? Or, yes, sir. Okay, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Mayor. Miguel Torres with Hanson Professional Services. So the reason for us right now here is we're requesting a floor amendment to the PUD on slide number 5, please. It's just basically to request a waiver for the sidewalk along Leeward. The reason we're asking for this floor amendment is because staff is no longer accepting the master site plan depicting no sidewalks along Leeward frontage as appropriate for a sidewalk waiver. This is what we have done on the previous 7 PUDs that we have done on this area alone in the last 10 years. And we're acting this now, and now then we have to go through Planning Commission. I request that waiver through Planning Commission.
Mr. Smith? Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
I would like to get staff's opinion on this waiver.
Thank you.
I'm glad this is up. What this gentleman is requesting really is handled at Planning Commission, right? Because this site has to be replatted because he's going to sell these units fee simple. And in that replat, he has an opportunity to submit a sidewalk waiver, which will be decided by the Planning Commission. That's how they're usually handled, not at this body. So he has an opportunity to get the waiver. He just has to go through the process, the normal process. No, when this is this will be determined during the platting process, right? He has to replat the property anyway, and as a part of the replat, he can make a request for a sidewalk waiver.
Does staff recommend the waiver, or do they? What is staff's opinion?
Well, because there's not a network, it's a mid-block development, and there's not a network to the north or south, staff would probably recommend approval of the waiver.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. And so, but Mr. Raymond, the applicant knows that today is about the zoning, and I guess he can ask for that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. You wouldn't do it right here.
Right. Right. I just want to make sure.
But he can do it at planning.
He could do it at planning. So today, it's about your zoning, and then the planning is where you
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware of all that.
Oh, okay, perfect. I
So
wasn't.
what I'm trying to say is that on the previous 7 PUDs, we do not have to go through that waiver that was before this staff, so I'm not that before that, there was no need to use that waiver because it was already established as a precondition, not putting on the master site plan that we didn't have to do it.
Okay.
This just barely started like 2 months ago when we start having this. They start implementing this new. It's always been on the book. Don't get me wrong, but
Okay.
they start basically implementing that rule.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, I think one of the issues is, council has adopted the Mission Zero policy. Vision Zero, sorry. I said mission?
Mission.
Sorry. Vision Zero, okay, which encourages the use of sidewalks, and to give them cover, so to speak. We as a council adopted that. Now, I know a lot of that has been, I guess, wavered for the island in lots of aspects on their planned unit developments. And I think it's just a change in policy from the council, and that's why they're going in that direction. So I think he's correct. It probably has to be done at Planning Commission. I understand there's also the aspect of the amount of what the setback would be because it takes into consideration the easement. Is that your concern?
No, sir. It's just that
No?
there is no network. That's all it is. And putting all this through Planning Commission is just additional time to the staff, additional time for our staff, additional time to our client of basically requesting that. That's all it is. And like I've said before, we have done already 7 PUDs through here, and we never had to request any of that. It was already adopted. Like we didn't put sidewalk, it was approved like that, and we move on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
I understand the request, but as Mr. Raymond pointed out, this decision really needs to be made at the Planning Commission level. And so the council shouldn't, at least at this juncture, shouldn't be overruling the Planning Commission when they have not yet made a ruling. So that's kind of my 2 cents.
Can I just add to that? So coincidentally, earlier, Al was talking to me about another development, but so the Planning Commission decides if you can waive a sidewalk or not the City Council. I found that kind of odd, but that's how the system is right now, that the Planning Commission decides that, and it does not come to City Council for approval or disapproval. We may want to look at that in the future in light of Vision Zero and other matters in our development. But right now, the authority is vested in the Planning Commission to decide on sidewalk variances.
Yeah, and personally for me, in residential construction, I'm always going to advocate for sidewalks because of our ADA issues in this city, and we have an obligation to make sure that we're protecting the ADA standards that are required, because that could come back to haunt us.
I agree. We may want to look at, I told Al, let's look at what would it mean to bring that policy decision to the City Council, not the Planning Commission, because it's a big deal. Vision Zero is a big deal, ADA, a livable city, and we want to have a good sidewalk network in today's day and age. So I personally would recommend the City Council make those decisions. So we're going to look at what do we have to do to make that recommendation to City Council.
Or no? Well, Mr. Risley, do you have something? The light's on, okay. Okay, so is there any other public comment? Okay, I will close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
I make a motion to approve with the 6 conditions that were outlined by staff.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay. Item number 22, zoning case number 0521-03, Nicholas Halleck, District 4.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you, is to rezone the property located at 6097 Enos Jocelyn Road from RS 10, Single Family 10 District to ON Neighborhood Office District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a 3,000 square foot single-story office building. The applicant is Nicholas Hollick. Next slide, please. The property is located along the east side of Enos Jocelyn Road, south of Ocean Drive, north of South Alameda Street. The property has approximately 100 feet of street frontage along Enos Jocelyn Road, which is designated as an A2 secondary arterial street. To the north is a property recently zoned ON Neighborhood Office District, and to the north also is the Lee Alumni Center for the Texas A&M University Corpus Christi Zone RS10, Single Family 10 District. To the south are single-family residences, Zone RS10, Single Family District. To the east are wetland properties, Zone RS6, Single Family 6 District. And to the west across Enos Jocelyn are single family residences zoned RS10, Single Family 10 District. The property is 0.40 acres in size, and it is platted. Next slide, please. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, however, requires an amendment to the future land use map because of low-density residential. The proposed rezoning is also compatible with the adjoining properties and does not have a negative impact upon the surrounding areas. The ON Neighborhood Office Zoning District is limited. It limits the size of retail and restaurant uses. It also does not allow bars, pubs, taverns, or nightclubs. Additionally, there are currently no CIP or bond projects proposed for Enos Jocelyn Road at this time. Next slide, please. 13 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 1 was returned in opposition, 0 were returned in favor. The 1 represents 4.44% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. Next slide, please. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of ON Neighborhood Office District. I stand by for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions? I don't see any. I will open a public hearing. Is the applicant here? No? Okay. Any other public comment? I'll close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 23, resolution amending the financial budgetary policies for fiscal year 2021-2022.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. Item 23 is a resolution to amend the financial policies for fiscal year 21-22. This is we review the policies annually and any amendments we bring to the council. This year, we just have a couple of areas that we are recommended to be amended. One is in Section 18, which deals with the capital improvement program. So we want to add language to that section as part of a concerted effort to improve our financial flexibility. It is authorized that all interest and other revenues relating to capital funds be appropriated at the beginning of each fiscal year and become part of those funds to be used for capital project expenditures. They would still go into the respective funds where it's earned, and so the money would need to be expended on any projects that have to do with that fund. We still would bring the projects to the council. The next area is adding a section. Section 23, we are recommended that we add. It has to do with the Community Enrichment Fund. And that revenues and expenditures are recorded in this fund for community enrichment programs and activities that are not recorded in the general fund. Revenues typically come from developer contributions and earnings on investments. These expenditures are restricted to acquisition or development of public parks, and the revenues are authorized to be appropriated at the beginning of each fiscal year and will be restricted as per current city codes and ordinances And any unspent appropriations will carry over from fiscal year to fiscal year. And that is all of the changes we are recommending this year. I will stand by for any questions that you might have on these policies.
Thank you, Mr. Houlihan. Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. On the addition to the capital improvement plan policy, make sure I understand this correctly.
Okay.
This is funding that is left over from previous projects that has not been used.
It's interest earnings.
Just interest?
Interest earnings or street, I think there's some street assessment occasionally that goes into these funds, not leftover dollars.
Okay,
from-
okay,
Right.
so I somewhat interpreted it differently, because we have, and I actually asked for this information. We have several, I guess, accounts that still have funding in it from previous projects that either were under budget, and that are sitting there, and it's kind of been used as a, oh, by the way, I need some extra money, let me go get it from over here. Instead of having council take a look at what funding levels are available to be assigned to different projects or to add them to projects. For example, residential streets, right?
Right.
So reading that language, authorize that all interest and other revenues raised to capital funds. Well, to me, the funding that was raised for those capital projects in those accounts that were left over, or balances that were left over, can also be included in that.
Yeah, Councilman, it's not, the word raised is not there, it's relating. It's other revenues relating to, so it's only revenues. What you're referring to is actually appropriations, leftover appropriations. But we are working on that, a real closeout process, so we can show.
Well, do you want to include that in your policy?
So right now, we do come to council once a year to.
Annually or every year and a
It's a
half
minor
with a
amount for
long
those-
list of.
Right.
Well, I mean, I don't really recall seeing that before.
We did, when did we do it
The
last?
last time was January of 2020.
Yeah.
So it's been quite a while.
So this will just automatically at the first of the year appropriate revenues. We're not going to spend them unless we come to council.
Right. Okay, well, because what's happened in the past is that the funding will be pulled
Yeah.
when you're short on somewhere
And
else.
that's true. We need to have a real, in San Antonio where I came from, there was it wasn't annual, but it was a biannual, maybe 3 years. We would do a closeout process, show council how much was available, work with the council in terms of how did you want to spend the money? Is it streets? Is it divide by 9?
Well, I think in
Yeah.
some cases where it's a bond that's specifically for streets, you can only spend it in
That's
streets,
true.
right?
Yes, sir.
So I think there has to be some sort of closeout mechanism, and I
Yeah.
think that might need to be added to this policy. I mean, I know we're reviewing this right now, and maybe like I said, I misinterpreted it that we could actually utilize that as part of the policy. Can you come back with that addition to that policy? I don't want to try
Yeah.
to do it on the fly here.
We could add a section in here that says the city will develop an annual, or I'll have to work with Constance and the team to see if it's annual or
Okay.
biannual. But we need a real closeout process so we can say, look, all these projects are done, this is what's left. Here's some recommendations on how it can be spent. Council, how do you want to proceed?
Okay, can you
Yeah.
bring that in,
Sure.
Yeah, we can add.
3 weeks from because we're not having a council
Yeah, we
meeting for a
can.
while.
We have time. This will give us good enough guidance in terms of developing the budget, what we have today.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
if you want to table this for now, we can come back with that paragraph.
I don't need to table what you've done already.
Yeah.
We can approve this, and if you could
Okay.
just bring back.
Bring one more, okay.
Bring one
We'll
more.
amend it on that first meeting in July.
Okay,
Yeah.
I appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So
Mayor,
you're
if-
tabling-
I'll make a motion to approve these changes as presented by staff.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Okay, item number 24 is ordinance revising, or section O. Item number 24, ordinance revising Marina Advisory Committee membership to all at-large or general category members.
Mayor and Council, City Secretary Rebecca Huerta. The proposed ordinance would modify the composition of the Marina Advisory Committee, and it would eliminate the member categories and replace them with all at-large members. So at-large members would provide more flexibility in terms of recruitment, and based on the research we did looking at other advisory committees, marina advisory committees in other cities, it appeared to be a best practice among those cities also to have those types of at-large categories. So that's what's before the council today. So do you have any questions about that?
Okay, do we have a second? Wonderful. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 25, ordinance accepting and appropriating $951,952 grant from the Office of the Governor from the Texas Military Preparedness Commission's Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant, or DEAG, for Naval Air Station Corpus Christi gas distribution system improvements.
Yes, we saved good news for last. This is should be a quick one for you. Last October, council approved submitting this grant with a match to replace the failing natural gas distribution system at NAS Corpus Christi. This will be our fourth DEAG grant that we've received from the Office of the Governor to continue improving infrastructure at our base. This is a great news story. And we're also pleased to announce the gifting process on this is moving at light speed. It's already at the Pentagon. Gas department's already working with the base on a couple of other phases that are not funded by DEAG. I've already had the pre-construction meetings. Things are moving forward, and we're excited about it. This is great news
Great.
for our installation.
Thank you, Tammy.
Any
Do we have any questions? Councilman Pusley?
When will the project begin? Do you have a start date?
We don't have a start date because as is protocol with any grant projects that are funded with outside dollars, the Navy has to approve the gift. And so the phase that is funded by the DEAG project grant cannot start until that gift has been approved. We expect to have approval of the gift within the next month, but they should be starting soon on the non-DEAG funded. Bill can discuss that.
So do we do the engineering, or does the Navy do it? How's it handled?
So the engineering on the project we did in-house. I mean, we have our own draftsmen and our own, CAD designers. And then it's a replacement project. So we're really following the same design that's already out there and just moving the lines.
Total estimated cost? You have an idea?
It's 1.9 million, right?
Yeah.
1.9 million.
So the first phase is, I think it's 300,000 and some change. We're already started on, we haven't broken ground on that, but we did our pre-con meeting last week. And I'm hoping that the crews get out there next week and start, digging up the old pipe, put the new one in.
So you'll actually start that before the Navy approves the gift?
Yeah, so this, yeah.
Those initial phases are funded by the Navy.
Yeah, so that funding has already been approved by the Navy. They have that funding.
Part of it
ready.
is?
Yeah, so that will go, we're gonna try to finish it before the end. Their fiscal year is the same as our fiscal year, so we're gonna push our guys to try to finish it before the end of the fiscal year. I hope they're telling me that they're gonna get it done, so we'll see. And then that's when the DEAG kicks in for phase 2 and phase 3. That ends, the deadline on that, I think, is February the 2023? Yeah. So then we have till February of 2023 to finish that. I'm hoping that we finish it early. And then we'll go to phase 4, which is the portion that the Naval Air Station is the other portion that the Naval Air Station is gonna fund. And the city has funding allocated for that as well. A small, very small portion.
While all this is taking place, I mean, this report mentioned things like dangerous situations and catastrophic, and those kind of things make you a little nervous. So we're taking the necessary precautions to make sure this is.
Oh yes, for sure.
Okay.
We're much more qualified to work out at the Naval Air Station than their people out there, and I think.
No,
that-
I understand that. I'm talking about while the construction's going on.
Oh, yes,
all
sir.
that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. And of course, we want to thank Governor Abbott and our local delegation for continuing to work and alongside you and us to protect and support our naval base.
Well, and funding for DIAG is always a top priority for us on our legislative agenda, and I'm pleased to report that the funding was continued at $30 million for the next biennium, so we'll have 2 more opportunities coming up over the next year, potentially to submit additional grants to improve our base.
Great. Tammy, thank you very much. Okay, I think I have to open it. Oh, Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah, I was wondering if our Navy representative would like to say anything.
Since he is here.
All right, good. Mayor, council members. No, thanks. Once again, Tammy said it, this is the 4th grant. We've had 2 for CCAD and 2 for us. One of them was a water line. Now we got a natural gas line. This is aging infrastructure from the 40s. That it's very critical that we get this stuff replaced. That way we can continue our mission and maybe even possibly add more missions to the base to help us out. So thanks once again for approving this.
Thank you, Ben.
Oh, Ben Pollock, Community Planning Liaison.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, with that, I make a motion to approve.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And let's see, Section P, briefings. Item number 26. City of Corpus Christi will be hosting the Summer Games of Texas for 2021 from July 29th through August the 1st of 2021. As we've heard and we see behind us, this beautiful poster.
Thank you for letting us leave that up from yesterday.
Yeah, of course, it's beautiful. Poster.
Okay,
Thank you,
well,
Lisa.
Good afternoon. I know you've had a full day. Mayor, council, and city manager, thank you for having us today. And my name is Lisa Oliver, Interim Assistant Director for the Parks and Recreation Department. And also part of our team is Dante Gonzalez, who's serving as Interim Director, and Kevin Johnson, Assistant Director for our department. So today we're sharing a briefing on the Summer Games of Texas scheduled for the latter part of July. The packet that you have before you is a media packet, so that gives you some information to share back. So what is TAF? TAF is the Texas Amateur Athletic Federation, and the Games of Texas is an amateur sports festival created for athletes from throughout Texas. TAF, a nonprofit organization, represents amateur athletes throughout the state of Texas and governs the Games of Texas. And there are 2 games. There's the Winter Games and the Summer Games. This organization has been long established since 1925, and their membership includes over 140 organizations and agencies. And Corpus Christi is one of the charter members of the organization. So the Games of Texas were created in 1986, and this year's games will result in the Summer Games, the 34th annual games. And again, Corpus Christi has a history of participating in this activity. And it's patterned after the Olympics with an emphasis on the recreational athlete and the enhancement of his or her competitive experiences. So it's also important to note it's for the amateur athlete, and so we have some sporting events that you would pre-qualify, and others, anyone is welcome to participate. In 2012, 2013, we were chosen by TAF to host the Summer Games. And with the success of those games and positive impact, then leadership at that time decided to submit the bid for 2020 and 2021. And of course, we know what happened in 2020, which caused the postponement. So we're glad that the games have been rescheduled, and therefore they will be held in July for this year, and also we're hosting in 2022. Again, Let me catch up here. This is also a great opportunity, as you can see, based on the economic benefits, to highlight all our sports amenities, and in addition to all that the city has to offer to its residents and visitors. So there's over 15,000 visitors that are expected, with an additional $15 million local economic impact. So we're using the tagline, "We invite visitors to stay and play" during this weekend. The dates of the games will be held on Thursday, July 29th through Sunday, August the 1st. And before you is the slide depicting the various sporting events. There's a total of 13. And we understand from TAF that water polo is one of the new sporting events that is going to be hosted. And so we're excited to see that in our community. Pre-qualifying sports include swimming and track and field, and those two sports are also the ones that have the highest number of athletes that participate in those areas. Before you is also the sports schedule. It's also included in your packet. And you can see we are using a variety of venues in our community. Primarily being city venues, with the exception of boxing, swimming, and track and field, which will take place at CCISD facilities. So the influx will be, of course, at Cabinet Sports Complex. So if you're around Saratoga during those days, expect high volume traffic. And so we will also do our best to communicate that to the residents as well. Also, the registration for TAF, and it's listed on the bottom of that sports schedule, is at www.taf.com. And that is the website that we are utilizing to update with any of the sporting event information and registration information as well. In addition to the Parks and Recreation Department, as you can imagine, hosting this event also takes the coordination with other city departments. So we're also working with the police department, fire department, utilizing EMT services and the Emergency Operations Center, along with Public Works and also the finance department. Community partners are also vital to ensure the success of the event. And as you can see on the slide, Corpus Christi Independent School District, in addition to utilizing their facilities, they're also assisting by providing key athletic department staff to assist as well. Visit Corpus Christi has also been a great partner to help not only promote visitor experiences, but also what lodging and other amenities are available to visitors in the area. Downtown Management District is also a partner, as well as Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority. And the sporting events could not be held without the support of sports organizers. And so we have 13 sports organizers, and of those, there are different levels. We have anywhere from the national level, such as USA Boxing and USA Water Polo Associations, to local organizations such as Third Coast Disc Golf, which is a local nonprofit, in addition to CC Storm, which is a volleyball group, and local soccer entities. So there's quite a number, so 13. The event has been budgeted to be approximately $180,000, which you can see the breakdown as far as key areas being operations, professional services, and supplies and equipment, which is a great investment considering the economic impact of $15 million. So we invite you to join us in ensuring that this is a successful event. And we are looking for community support in regards of volunteers, because in addition to staffing, it will take quite a number of people to carry out the events, primarily in track and field and swimming. And I know we have some avid fans, sports fans in the audience. So again, we invite you to join us, and I stand by for any questions.
Lisa, congratulations. This is so exciting. We're so pleased about this. This is a huge deal and a huge economic impact to the city. I just want to make sure, and it's here on the schedule, but I just didn't see it on the screen. Pickleball is one of the sports?
Yes, and so pickleball is a first for our local community, not so much in other areas of the state. So as a matter of fact, pickleball will be held the weekend prior, so July 24th.
Oh.
So that'll be the first sporting event.
I think I can commit Councilman Smith and I to be there.
Sign up. Go
check
to
out.
TAF.com.
I don't know about signing. He's going to be a spectator.
Uh-oh.
He's a spectator.
Okay.
He's just a big
Perhaps
pickleball fan. He's
maybe
a
there's
big-
somebody else
he's
that
a
would join you.
pickleball fan.
Yeah.
And
but-
so we want to go watch it. We're going to go.
So
Great.
we're inviting the community to either participate
Right.
as an athlete or as a
spectator.
fan.
Now, where would one go to volunteer? You said you needed volunteer.
TAF.com will have a link to the CVB. So the Visit Corpus Christi is also assisting us in being able to share that information.
Great. Well, this
So-
is very exciting. Thank you for all you've done.
Thank you. We
with
have
all your
a great team
everybody. I
within our
know.
department. So
Very
thank you.
great. Dante, welcome to the Parks and Rec family.
What a change, yeah.
I know. It's probably very pleasant.
Thank you.
This is very exciting.
imagine so.
Well, good. And Lisa, we'll get it out there and talk it up for you.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I think Councilman Hernandez might have a comment or a question.
Yeah, real quick on, I'm assuming all the complaints we had about pickleball at Al Cruz had to do with this.
No.
We
I
had,
would think
we had,
no,
they were, we were
Lisa.
converting everything to pickleball, and they were all upset about it. Was that, I mean, are we converting this specifically for this particular
No.
event?
No, they offer pickleball already as a
It was like
program.
2 courts,
as a
right?
program, yes. And
So-
I'm not familiar, I don't know how many courts are going to be used for pickleball for this particular event, since it's going to be geared on the number of participants. So how many courts they set up.
The reason I bring this
Yeah.
up is that we got public comment last week about the pickleball situation Al Cruz, and maybe we could, I don't know if that's been addressed or not.
Neiman's been working with the group.
Yeah,
Let's-
this does
go
not.
ahead.
Yeah, I've been working with those groups, sir. That's all stemming from a new programming that the Parks and Recreation Department is looking at. We've been having discussions with the third-party operator that operates the tennis facilities. And one of the demands that he states is increasing at that facility is the demand for pickleball, because it's a rising trend in sporting. So we're looking at bringing a new pickleball program to the Al Cruz tennis facilities, but naturally we just need to put together deliberate thought into the planning, the presentation, and bringing that before council. So we've been having discussions with the Parks and Recreation staff, and we plan on bringing something before you all for consideration in August.
Okay. I don't know anything about pickleball. I'm not going to pretend like I do.
I heard you played pickleball.
I've never played pickleball.
You got a bad shoulder. Don't play pickleball.
I gave up any racket sports a long time ago.
Okay.
One last question. Swimming is definitely correct. I mean, there's, I know my kids participated in it as much as, well, when they could. Once they got to a certain level, they were restricted from participating in it because it's amateur. Right. And it is significant. I mean, it's a lot of people that are going to show up. There is a component of concession that you'll have to take into account because somebody will want to do it. Do you have some aspect of that?
Yes, sir, we sure do. So we are looking to, we reached out to a couple of food truck vendors, and they will be stationed on the Cabinets Parkway entrance. There's a grassy area across CCISD property, because on CCISD property, they have a concession that they contract with. So at the stadium. But however, because there is going to be such a high volume of athletes and
Well,
fans for the.
they're not going to
for
go
the-
over to the stadium and get a concession.
Exactly. So for that reason, lessons learned from the last time that we had the event. So we're going to make that accommodation.
Okay. And lastly, you have your soccer at Bill Witt, and all the soccer fields there, but the parking lot at Bill Witt is in bad shape. I don't know if we've taken a look at it. I don't know how, I mean, Well, what I'm saying is that we contract that out, those fields, right, to the South Padre
leased.
League. And I'm assuming they're responsible for the parking lot. Or are we responsible for the parking lot?
I would have to confer with the contract, but I believe.
Well,
it's,
at the very
that
least,
we're
I don't think we
responsible
need
for
a
the
new
parking
parking lot, but I think we need to fill in the potholes and.
Right, and we are in the process
maybe
of
some
also doing
striping.
walkthroughs of each of the sites, especially our city facilities, so that we can put our
Well-
best foot forward.
And a lot of the grass has creeped in on some of that parking area to where they even changed it to where it's side-in parking instead of drive-in parking. So we'll need to look at, what those facilities are,
Yes, sir.
especially coming in and out of that section, because there's only one way in, one way out.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I would hope we would give a better
Thank you.
presentation than what it is now.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yes.
I'm just telling.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, of
Thank
course you are.
Maybe we get a little bit improvement for Bill Witt.
Of course you are, yes, sir. Okay, thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Dante,
Thank you.
everybody. Thank you. Item number 27, and our last item, the City of Corpus Christi Gas Department briefing for the natural gas distribution expansion of natural gas service to the residential market.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Bill Mahaffey, Director of the Gas Department. Today, I'm just going to brief y'all real quick. I know it's been a long day, so I'll get y'all out of here soon without putting y'all to sleep, hopefully. But just want to talk to y'all about what the Gas Department's doing to expand the gas system in Corpus Christi.
Thank you.
Next slide.
That's okay.
So, a lot of y'all already know that the gas department's very unique. We plumb 100% of the new subdivisions with in-house construction forces at no cost to the developer. We also, since 2016, and I put 2016 on there, I'm pretty sure that also pertains to 2010. It's just, I started as a director in 2016, so I can verify this statement. But since I've been there, we've fulfilled 100% of our new requests for services. And that even includes the new neighborhoods that went in and down in the London area. When the developers called us on that, we jumped on it, extended mains. Sometimes my guys would come in and ask me, why are we putting a 5-mile main, 6-mile, 6-inch main to one subdivision? We're never going to make that back. Well, the growth is going out there, and I knew that that's where we needed to expand anyways. So we sped up the construction, we did what we needed to do, and we fulfilled those requests. We also offer gas rebates for new home construction at $1,000 per home is around the average that the builders get. We have two gas marketing representatives. One of them is solely assigned to the builder program. That position is vacant right now. We do have a candidate, luckily, that we found in May, and we're going through the process of hiring. It should happen here the next week, and I'm hoping that he can hit the ground running and really help our program succeed. Next slide. So I actually talked to Rudy Garza in San Antonio kind of at the last minute. He's with CPS Gas, Rudy Garza the third, I think y'all know him. And he helped me with some numbers. And before I start on this, I want y'all to know that, the percentages, it's really hard to say, well, what percentage of new homes do you get? Because all the homes are a little bit different. You have older homes that we're putting gas in, remodels that happen. Some of those are hard to track. So the way that I track them for these percentages is through the new water services, just to show how many new water services we get compared to gas taps that we do every year. And through doing that, I got about 75 to 80% of the new homes. I really feel like that number is more around the 70% for the new developments. And we're working with some of the new builders to get them more on board and try to get as close to the 80, 90. I don't think we'll ever get to 100%, but if we can, that'd be great. And we're reaching out to them to try to increase that number, that percentage. San Antonio, so comparatively, the total system-wide gas meters to water meters is 60%. You have to understand that we started the builder program in 2009. Before 2009, we weren't piping all the subdivisions. We weren't offering rebates for the builders. So our numbers were very low in 2009 as far as how many gas meters that we installed every year. In San Antonio, Rudy gave me these numbers, and he said that they're about 42% on the percentage. They gauge it based on gas customers to electric customers because CPS is an electric utility. And he said that they average about the same as us with 70-75% of the homes in new developments. The difference is they don't pipe all the new developments in San Antonio. He said some of those new developments are so far away and it's so expensive to get to them that they don't. It's not worth it to them to go all the way out there for those customers, so they pass on those projects. He didn't give me specific percentages on how many developments they pass on every year. They do not offer rebates for new gas homes, but what they do is they offer a higher rebate than we offer for customers that are converting existing homes from electric appliances to gas appliances. And I think this is somewhere that, an area that we can improve on in our rebate program, because it is more expensive to install gas in an existing home than it is in new construction. Next slide. So this is how our builder rebate is built. We really want them to have 3 gas appliances as the goal to get the $1,000, and then they can get up to $150 additional dollars on the rebate for 2 additional appliances. But usually it's water heater, clothes dryer, and the gas stove or the gas furnace. I think Peter mentioned yesterday for us to look into trying to get more gas furnaces. The gas furnaces are a lot more expensive to install, so a gas furnace is more expensive compared to an electric heat furnace, and we'll look into that and get some numbers on that. Next slide. So here is our builder program rebates as far as an annual amount that we expenditure-wise. So you can see that we're gradually increasing as we go to 2020. I think I'm losing Smith, so I'm going to hurry. Next slide. So, and then these are the number of residential gas tap installations per year. And you can see in 2009 we were very, very low. And I think that has a lot to do with why we have that 60% overall system average. You can see we've gradually increased. Last year, I think, was a tough year. We had D.R. Horton kind of started ramping up at the same time COVID was going on, and we weren't as active in the builder program because that's all kind of face-to-face meetings, and so I think that's one builder that we really need to talk to and try to get a higher percentage, because I did look at their homes and they're about 60% on the gas taps. So we're losing some from them, and we need to get outreach to them. Next slide. So here are some different rebate programs across the country, and most of these are in warmer climates. That's where you see a lot of these programs, because people don't need gas to heat their homes, obviously. And so I don't know if y'all want me to go through that, but that information's there for y'all.
Can we, Bill, can we just point out that if you look at the Florida gas one, that's Miami-Dade area, but, so they're at 1,500 a rebate, we're at 1,100, and that's what, if we increase ours, there may be more incentive to put in those gas furnaces rather than electric, so we're looking at that. That's a good comparison for us. Yeah.
And I owe you some research on that one. I did look, I looked a lot at San Antonio because I had the contact there. And I haven't looked at the Florida City gas, and I'm wondering if that's kind of like San Antonio where it's like an existing home. Because I think that is something we definitely need to increase that rebate for those homeowners because it is more expensive to swap that out. So I'll get you info on that. I'll get some more research on that. And then, any questions? But I mean, I think a lot of y'all know me and know the gas department, and we're a yes company. I mean, if y'all do run across customers that are upset or frustrated, or if you know somebody that says, hey, we can't get gas, we don't have gas service in the area, they need to call us because we don't turn them down. I think we just did a 1,200-foot main extension for a lady in a neighborhood that had gotten a gas tap approved, and bought a generator and was very upset. And we went out there and hooked her up. So if y'all know somebody, give them my cell phone number and tell them to give me a shout. We'll get them gas. That's all I have.
Okay, great. Mr. Presley?
Yeah, Bill, on the page here where you show the builder incentives for the different appliances, so does that $1,000 rebate go to the builder if he puts those appliances in?
Yeah, so what happens there is that when the builders are building homes, they'll submit, normally they're enrolled in the builder program. There's a couple of things that are unique with the builder program that's above and beyond this $1,000. But yes, that money goes to the builder to pipe the home with gas. And I think you were asking about doing some rebates for helping out with appliance purchases. And I think that's, I know that would probably help as well, especially if we could help.
When I built my house in 1991, you had to do a hot tap because it was an existing subdivision, and the hot tap at that time was $1,250 that either the builder or owner had to pay, and since I was the builder, I had to pay it. And
oh, wow.
So we put in the gas appliances, and I got, I think, $800 of that back. So, yeah, that's my question. Are there any incentives that go? And I agree, we need to update our incentive program big time. Is there any way that if you have an existing home and you wanted to put in gas furnaces or whatever?
Yes.
Are there incentives that go to the customer?
Yes.
I just believe that if the customer's driving this, you'd get more participation from the builders.
Yes. So the rebate program also applies for existing homes. I just don't think it's high enough for the existing homes. It seems to be working okay with the builders as far as new construction, and maybe we could look at increasing that, especially with all the inflation and everything. But it's about equal for a person with an existing house. Well, if a builder pays $1,000 to plumb the house with gas, it's going to be $2,000 or even more for an existing home, depending on what they're doing. And I think that the tap fees it's $1,200 for a commercial tap. So I'm wondering, maybe they might have charged you a commercial tap rate.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you.
I remember
for
that
your donation.
specifically. Pardon?
I said thank you for your donation.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe y'all still owe me money. I don't know. I'll get back. Thank you.
But yeah.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. I notice on your appliance, your gas generator is not on there.
Yeah.
Is that?
So, Yes, so before, we adjusted the gas rates to be more favorable for low-volume users, which is the gas generators, and that just happened recently. Now, with that change, I think that's something we can look at. I'd need to look through, because I think that there's a chance that that could qualify for this. I think these are just some of the appliances that are listed, for examples.
Okay.
But mainly what we're looking for is that we're getting a new gas appliance in the home. The gas. But yeah, there's better programs we're looking at, and I don't want to bore y'all with the technical details, but there is a program, it's up in Pennsylvania, that we're trying to get with that group to try to piggyback on their programs. They have a fuel cell with it's kind of a combo fuel cell battery backup solar panel program that this gas company's doing, which would be excellent for our market, and it would actually be even better than a gas generator, because we would make additional revenue off the volume every month. It's almost like an off-the-grid system. But I've been chasing fuel cells ever since I started in 2009, and I have yet to get one of those companies committed to actually sending me one. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay, the other question I had on this is that, inputting gas requires different venting than electric, right? So my house has electric. It never had gas plumbed to it, doesn't even have a meter. But to convert it, I would have to do all the venting associated with it, which adds additional costs other than just the appliances. Is that what you're looking at in your...
The rebates?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, for existing homes. I mean,
yes, for existing homes, and that's why we need to adjust these, because it would be more expensive. But it depends on where your water heater and everything is.
Well, even if you have a water heater in a garage, like most people do, you would still have to go through and vent, where right now there's no venting for an electric water heater.
Yeah, or there's other options. You could do an on-demand water heater outside, right on the outside. There's a lot of options on that end. The water heater is really what most of the customers need to get, because the water heaters are a lot more efficient. With our rate is kind of built to where that rate covers you if you have a water heater, and you're still 60% more efficient than having an electric water heater.
Okay, I would ask that you look at your, whatever it costs, not only builders but new homeowners or existing homeowners, what it would cost them to convert other than just the appliance. Okay. And lastly, when these homes are platted, I'm assuming it shows whether or not they have gas or not. Just because they have gas plumbed to the house doesn't necessarily mean they put gas appliances in, correct?
That is correct. So we wouldn't know whether they did all the appliances or not. We would just know that they have an existing meter, and they would be charged the meter charge, and they would be active or inactive.
Is there some way we could get that information through the platting or through development services process so we know what's actually being put in the homes?
I know where my meters are.
Well, I'm asking this. I mean,
Yeah,
this wouldn't be you. This would be development services.
I'd like that information as well.
Yeah, platting is the design of the land itself.
Right. Well, I mean, they still have to go through inspections and approvals for even, electrical appliances. So if there's a way we can get that information, we could actually know what builders are actually putting in the homes. My guess is they're not putting in furnaces, gas furnaces. My guess you're getting water heaters and stoves.
No, normally it's water heater, stove, and the gas dryer. Now, you also have to remember that with a furnace, we're talking about a couple of months out of the year that they're going to be utilizing that. So it is, we do have a lot of spikes during the year in the cold winter months where we do have an increased revenue. But with the new rates, that'll be more averaged. it's going to be more consistent. So those spikes are not going to be quite as beneficial as they used to be.
All right.
But the warmer
Great,
months will be
great.
better for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Molina.
I tried. I'm trying.
I know you are.
I know.
Bill, it's not your fault.
I'm losing. I'm losing
His
one
fault.
council member at a time. I can see it.
You lost. You're 2 down.
I'm going to be very brief. So one of my question was had to do with existing homes, which you've addressed. Thank you very much. I know in the past, years back, there used to be a program where the city offered gaslight lamps to existing homes. Is that program still in place?
So that program, the ordinance is still there where we can work on them. The ordinance is still there where we could do that program. And when Debbie Markeen was here, we quit that program. But it is not her fault. It's actually me that initiated that back when I was in the construction superintendent. And one of the reasons were that it was very, very expensive to do. And, you know, we had to go through yards, existing yards. We tore up sprinkler systems. It was a nightmare, to be honest. And you know, we still honor those people that were in the program as far as helping them with their gas lamps. And I still have technicians that have that skill, and we kind of keep them going on that. I'm not telling you that we couldn't do it. I think that it's not the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
It's kind of the fruit on the top of the tree, really. But I don't know if that answers your
that's fine.
question. So,
Thank you for the information.
okay.
Okay, thank you. I think we're done, Bill. Thank you very much
Okay,
for the
thank you.
presentation.
I'll be back in 6 months, hopefully.
Perfect. God bless you.
Done for the year.
Okay. There being no further
Mayor,
business.
I know we're fixing to close,
Oh.
but I did want to make one statement to make sure that this is clarified with respect to item number 20. I think it came across that I was opposed to affordable housing, and that is not the case. I've been the person championing that issue since I came to this council, and I thought if we designed a really good plan that we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But I want for the record that I am not opposed to affordable housing.
And Councilman, I would like to say, though, I know that you feel that way, and I think we were talking to different programs maybe, based on what your comments were, and the councils as a whole. But I think we should look into maybe another a type program that could address something in between the regular retail market and a program that we just established today.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting's adjourned.